and you can't even drive? I can. Are you stupid, eh? Are you a stupid fool? Well, why can't you drive then? You can't even drive. A bit grey today, isn't it?
I'm here. Hello. How you doing on this fine Monday afternoon, Dee?
I'm doing reasonably well.
I'm looking forward to eating the burger that I'm inevitably going to go for later on after watching this stream.
This is going to make you want to get the burger and chips or fries, I should say.
Yes, and possibly a milkshake as well.
and possibly and an ice cream and an orange juice and a Coca-Cola and all those other wonderful things.
Yes, and I've got a Coca-Cola right here in honor of our topic today.
So I was going to have one, but I'm being in my underground lair. It's slightly early, so I've got my recent innovation, which is grapefruit juice and fizzy water and coffee. So.
Fantastic. Well, before we get on to our subject for today, which is going to be the photographs of Roadside America by John Margolies, or how do you say it? D. Margolies.
It's I don't know. I'm just saying Margolies, but it could be Margolis. It could be whatever you want to say. I don't actually know. I've never heard it spoken.
So before we get on to that, and we've got over 400 pictures that we're in theory going to get through today. I will just mention, join the channel, pick up a copy of best-selling book, of course, Populist Delusion. Where is it? Where's Populist Delusion? Which is actually the course book. There's Populist Delusion.
There's a lot of great information.
Pick up that, which is actually the course book for Foundations of Politics, of course, which people should also buy. I'll just very quickly.
Foundations of Politics. Oh,
yeah, that's all we need. So pick up the courses, join the Substack, etc. D, anything you'd like to promote before we get going?
No, nothing at the moment.
And so I want to get on now to the topic, and I'm just going to. I want to make this full screen, so I'm going to. How do I do that? I had it a minute ago. I'm going to make this full screen, which I need to do in several steps. There. Now, I can no longer see the screen because it's taken up by this picture. I just want people in the chat to press 1 if their entire screen is now covered with this image. Just press 1.
I'm pressing 1 because I think it is. I'll keep an eye on the tracks. Maybe one of the mods will show up as well.
Excellent. Okay, I'm getting ones. Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing ones. Yeah.
So this is the man himself, John Margolis or Margolies.
Yeah, we'll go with Margolis. Yeah.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about him?
I will. So, strangely enough, of course, it was very difficult to find a picture of him. And I think that sort of ties into, I would say, one of the core ethos of this work. He was, born in 1940. So he's, slightly older than the boomers, but very significantly of the sort of generation who took to this romantic idea of going on the road. I mean, this is a sort of fundamental, sort of philosophy in America, even before all the kind of countercultural associations in the 60s, like with Jack Kerouac and the Motorcycle Diaries and all that. But I think
the road is one of the great American symbols, the open road. You see it in John Steinbeck. You see it, in fact, you see it all the way through American culture, as opposed to the railway, of course, which is much more synonymous with this country. The big open road is much more American, I would suggest.
Yeah, and and this is actually coincides with in the early 20th century, the creation of the interstate highway system in America, and there were already kind of roads and routes through all over the country, but certainly the advent of the automobile caused a great expansion of these. So a lot of the kind of old routes that had been traveled by horses and such, were kind of modernized and expanded to deal with the automobiles. And it was a huge change because, of course, a lot of the United States, I mean, people who've never been to the United States, it's very difficult to convey the scale of everything. Just the distances between one town and the next, depending on where you are, can be vast. It's always
or the experience of going to a shopping mall and having to drive to the next shop, for example.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, there's a sort of cliche that you sort of British people think that a journey of 5 miles is quite a long way. And whereas there are people who in America commute hundreds of miles to work each day. So there is a lot of space, and certainly back in the early 20th century, there was even more. So the kind of advent of the automobile and the expansion of the kind of infrastructure invited, I think, for the first time, kind of travel for the sake of itself. And the early promotion of the motor car featured that. There's this idea that now you can joyride, you can take holidays much more easily, and so very quickly this, I would say, fundamentally insular rural mindset that much of America had was much more kind of expanded into a vision of sort of transportation. It was all tied up with all these ideas of the future, the modern future. Even back in the 1920s, you see that when you look at the sort of way that cars were promoted. And of course, this carried on and sort of reached a kind of great culmination in the 1950s and 60s.
Yeah, and I should mention, D, if you're still there.
Yeah.
That I actually, of course, traveled Route 66. I actually did it from Chicago to LA. We only drove one way. We didn't drive back. We, flight into Chicago, flight out of LA. So and that was in 2010, I think, that I did that. And even though that was 12 years ago, a lot of it was kind of decaying and derelict, as I like to say, even then. So it's kind of interesting because this ideal, this America that you're talking about, I think kind of had its heyday in maybe in the 50s and the 60s. And I mean, in the case of Route 66, what happened is that interstate bypassed it, which killed loads of towns and things like that.
Yeah.
But because of this dream of the road and the mythology that had built up around Route 66 and the industry, that there were just loads of people just hanging on. There are probably still businesses still hanging on, just based on people doing Route 66. So it's kind of interesting, in a way, the extent to which modern, what we might say, managerial ideology is in a strange way moving past this idea of the big open road. Like I reckon if our masters had their own way, we'd all be on monorails and they'd just control where we went.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's been a lot of talk. Obviously, we were locked in our houses for a year recently, and since then there's been a lot of talk about like life beyond cars and due to climate change and all the rest of it, not having this freedom to travel, and as a consequence, possibly this notion, which may have peaked in a film like what's that one with Jack Nicholson, Easy Rider, is it?
Henry Fonda, yeah, Easy Rider.
Yeah, I think it may have peaked in that sort of era. You know, that idea of just unlimited freedom connected with the road. I think that our current ideological masters do not promote that idea as much as was promoted in the mid-century, which we're going to be looking at here.
I don't think they promote it at all. In fact, I think they're quite opposed to it. I mean, it is notable that it wasn't just the kind of that sort of 60s ethos and generation of the boomers who kind of promoted this idea of travel equals freedom. It was also the early generation as well. I mean, as I said, the motor car kind of fundamentally changed the way people could think about their life. It was no longer a gargantuan struggle to go from one place to another as it had been before. So I think it had always been couched in ideas of kind of freedom, and then of course the idea of kind of getting lost and finding yourself in a place other than where you were born, which was also a very modern kind of concept. And I think all of those things are hated by the current managerial, elites, if you want to call them that, because again, it's an unfettered vision of human existence, and whether it's traditional or not, they don't like it. Because again, there's a chaos to it, and they don't like anything that's chaotic in that way.
I'm now wondering how much Henry Ford had to do with the popularization of it, given that you typically see Ford as the man responsible for popularizing the automobile and making the industry viable. Famously, he only sold his cars in black up until his competitors had different colors. But he stubbornly stuck to black. So I'm actually wondering if the extent to which Fords were sold on this idea as well in the 1920s, that would have been, I guess. So
indeed. I also you bring up this idea of the kind of so I think now tied up forever with our conception of this is this idea of decay, of course, but that isn't a new thing. I mean, what's funny is, of course, as we look at these photographs, many of them were taken in the mid-late 1970s and 1980s, and it was already thoroughly decayed by that point. And if you watch things from, I recall like the Michelangelo Antonioni film Blow Up, or not Blow Up, Zabriskie Point, which is set in America, in the late 1960s, and even then, this whole sort of world was already falling into disrepair, and to some degree that is the way of the world. I mean, everything, of course, is bundled up with entropy, and sort of everything that makes up your world and your present is forever falling apart. And of course, in a lot of these places, you're able to sweep away things when they've outlived their usefulness. But in a lot of these places, they just were left to fall apart because there was once the structure that supported them fell apart, no one even remained around to kind of sweep away the evidence. So you just watch things descend into ruin, and I don't think that's new. I mean, ruin as a sort of reminder of civilization changing has always been with us, So
yeah, I do think though that the sheer vastness of America does mean that they have been able to do that more than I mean, if you just take the UK as an example, as a kind of much smaller country, there's just not the space. So you can go to very, very old towns, and you can see how much they've been. Oxford is a very good example of this. Some of the really old colleges, you can actually trace the age of the thing by seeing like the renovations that have been done, from literally the 1200s over time. because there just wasn't the option of just letting the thing rot because there's nowhere else to go. And so this, I mean, yes, you're right. There's always been decay, but I think that this particular thing where it's like, I mean, I remember on that Route 66 trip, I went to several ghost towns, you know, the very fact that there are these ghost towns at all are a little bit unusual for people who come from smaller countries to see. And it's kind of like morbidly fascinating. The decay part as well is something that it taps into that is can't put my finger on. It's kind of I'd have to use like a capital R romantic word for it, you know, some sense of awe.
Yeah, and I do think it is, of course. I mean, you know, the idea of kind of the decay of civilizations being tied up with romanticism. I mean, you know, very much part of the 18th century, early 19th century conception of romanticism. The idea of a ruin. You know, you think of Wordsworth, you know, writing poems about Tintern Abbey and things like that, and so that's always been there. It's a different kind though, because of course it's a more I would say it's very much laced with the decay. Isn't the kind of aesthetic you know, sort of Roman ruin type of decay. You know, when you see this decay, it's all the decay of rust and choking weeds and crumbling, you know, walls and things like that. It's very much a more kind of visceral, and I think it ends up being more kind of pointed at the decay of the body and death, and I think it does evoke that in a very different way than, you know, than kind of skulking around a Gothic abbey, the ruins of a Gothic abbey, you know. But also you have to remember, you remember that, of course, the materials available to people in the, you know, the Middle Ages, for instance, were much more sort of durable. I mean, it's very hard to get rid of a stone building once you built it. Whereas a lot of these things that we see in America were the product of modern construction, which, of course, without constant upkeep, will immediately start to kind of crumble, you know.
I do also think some aspect of it is inseparable from the land, and having done Route 66, like I said, it's almost indescribable the difference that a landscape like Texas has. You know, you're not in Downton Abbey or the marshes. It's stark, you know. There's just like I mean, literally, I'm not making this up, like one cactus. The land is flat. You can see for miles around. The sun is high up in the sky. And I'll never forget it, D. Coming into Texas, it was a sign that said, "Welcome to Texas," right? Nothing. Just like, I mean, literally, you can see for miles. The sun, sky, not a cloud in the sky. Like one, like arid kind of cactus plant. And then there were these 3 burnt out chairs. And I was just like, holy shit, this is just like, I mean, at once awesome, but also just kind of, you just wouldn't see that in Milton Keynes or something. You know what I mean?
No. You get a very different scene of human, the sublime and the ridiculous. The
one other thing I wanted to mention before we get into the images, D. Sorry to interrupt. Is one other thing that interests me going through this is that I don't know about you, but I feel a profound sense of nostalgia for this. You know, those pictures on the wall, that sort of Americana. But of course, as you were saying, these pictures were taken in the 70s, and there's already a nostalgia built into them back then. I wasn't even born until the 80s. And I'm not even in America, so I never experienced the world of this, what we're looking at, the kind of mid-century or early 20th century America that this, we're seeing in a decayed state, and yet it elicits all those sorts of feelings. So I find that fascinating thing, because you're meant to have nostalgia for things in your own childhood, not ones of people who were kind of died long ago.
Well, it's true, but it's also, of course, these things tend to endure. I mean, obviously, I'm slightly older than you, but I mean, and I have much more of an experience with America, having been there many times in my life, and certainly lived there as well. But these things, a lot of them kind of remain. I mean, I think that's the case of any sort of time in history, where you're seeing this sort of ebb and flow of life of your generation of people, but you're also seeing the kind of the things to some degree left behind by the generation before that and the generation before that. I mean, there's a kind of intermixing that goes on between the past and the present that's always there to some degree. And so, of course, even though we don't have experience, you and I don't have experience of when this aesthetic was new, we certainly it also has been the furniture of our lives, and so we've built up our own associations with it. So I don't think it's not just of the past. It's also of the present and to the future to some degree, and depending on how long it lasts. So but I certainly see what you mean, and of course, there's also just the fact that I've always been quite attracted to the kind of graphic sensibilities of the eras that produced these things, these monuments, these signs, this ephemera, these buildings, all of that. I mean, it's just appealing, and I think it's not just me. I think there is something fundamentally appealing about the aesthetics of a lot of this stuff. So I think that's why people, kind of remain nostalgic and attracted to it, because it was good. I mean, a lot of this was good. It was colorful, it was bold, it was it was harmonious design. So,
Shall
but it's
we?
interesting.
Yeah.
It was interesting to evoke nostalgia because, of course, John Margolies, from some of the interviews I've read with him, really had no time for nostalgia. As I say, he was a very kind of peculiar character. I'm gonna just give you a couple of little things about him before we start. I'll just read from an article and interview. It's hard to ignore the compulsiveness that radiates from Margolies' work, amounting to over 13,000 images that are today preserved in the Library of Congress in the United States. His fixation commenced at an early age while riding in the back seat of his parents' car, where he first developed an interest in roadside attractions. His parents, however, were less than thrilled. My parents' generation thought it was the ugliest stuff in the world. I liked places where everything was screaming for attention, he said, but it was his scoreboard mentality that propagated into detailed checklists of things he saw, a habit that continued into adulthood. He reiterated an instance from his childhood where at the age of 13, during a trip to Orange Beach, Alabama, he made a list of every gasoline brand that he had encountered along the way. It was a long list. There were a lot of gas station brands in 1953. I love lists, he told the Washington Post in 2015. So there is a sort of obsessiveness about the way he photographed things, and I would say that it's partially an artistic an aesthetic enterprise, but it's also partially he was also looking at this as a kind of chronicler, as someone cataloging things that were slipping away into oblivion, and he very much had the kind of mentality that you and I can certainly relate to, where he was a kind of completist, and he was sort of looking to kind of be an archivist of things that other people didn't like or didn't notice. As he said there, and I think this is a very good point, is that his parents' generation hated this sort of thing. They hated the roadside attraction, the gas station, the billboard. And that's very common when you read sort of accounts of the way that older people experience this kind of modernity. a lot of them didn't like it
Yeah,
at all.
I actually ran into this myself, D, because as you know, I'm a big fan of mid-century modern furniture. Um, I'm looking at my G-Plan coffee table, which has been banished to the lodge since AAA came along. Um, but I found that my mother hated all of my mid-century modern furniture because she saw it as the sort of thing that her parents' generation would have thrown away.
Yeah.
And her all of her conception of style and taste and so on goes back is kind of looking towards Edwardian and Victorian Britain, because I mean I'm guessing at some point that cycle came back in, I guess, in the I don't know exactly when it was, but her generation tends towards that sort of kind of Victorian stuff, whereas I'm more inclined to think the mid-century modern stuff is cool, but they see it as junk. So it seems like there's something of this cycle is happening here.
Yeah, and I think it's something that happens all the time. I mean, most sort of people today, just normal people, not people who are into art, would look at at like Claude Monet, or Vincent van Gogh, or artists from that generation as this is beauty. These are beautiful. I love these. I want them on my calendar, and I want them on my handbag, and this is the sort of loveliness that we need to return to in art. But of course, when that work was new, the advent of those artists' careers, most people hated that work. They despised it. It didn't look like academic painting. They didn't understand the way that they were using color. I mean, it's all very new, and it was all, again, really hated by a lot of people at the time. So it's important to remember that, aesthetics, the sort of popular aesthetic, and the way that we look at things and the associations we have with them can change very quickly. And I think of myself as having a lot of admiration for sort of traditional beauty and items of taste and art periods of the past. But I'm also undeniably drawn to this kind of vernacular ugliness, so to speak. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's a contradiction there. But some people certainly have difficulties. So, but you're right. I mean, it's amazing how quickly sort of one's perception of the kind of aesthetics of a past generation can change.
I mean, even someone like Shakespeare has fallen in and out of fashion at different times. I mean, I'm trying to think of a generation who really didn't care for him that much. I don't know, like the era of like Dr. Johnson and all those sorts of types. They were kind of down on that Elizabethan and Jacobean era in general, because they didn't like all the rule breaking that went on, and they were much more keen on kind of form for its own sake and things like that. As an example, I'll just mention before we go on that I can't help but notice the Virginia smokes there at the back, and I'm wondering if that's a bit of the Edward Bernays influence, because years later, I think Virginia famously ran an ad campaign. Was it "You've Come a Long Way, Baby"?
You come a long way, baby. Yeah, try to get women to smoke again. Yeah.
And I'm just saying that's the dark shadow of Bernays there, but
indeed. So just very quickly, before we move on to the actual pictures. So Margolies, he had these interests when he was a child. He went to, I believe, the University of Pennsylvania and got a degree in I don't know, communication, something like that. But he was also in the 1960s, when he's quite young, was involved with the sort of avant-garde art and architecture scene. I mentioned before we started that I was shocked to discover that he actually appeared in an Andy Warhol film, again, very early in his life. I think it was the film Camp from 1965. And he also helped promote Warhol's work in some venue and wrote an essay in the later 1960s in Art in America. So this association, I didn't know. But so after that, he got a job at a magazine called Architectural Record, and he became involved with an architectural association called the Architectural League of New York, and he became a very early promoter of what became known as postmodern architecture. So again, as he said, his parents' generation hated all of these things. I think, came of age with a sensibility that questioning the dominant sort of architectural mode of the day, which was modernism. If you think of Le Corbusier and Marcel Breuer and Mies van der Rohe and all of these artists, I mean, that was the unquestionable orthodoxy of John Margolies' time. And of course, as he said, from his childhood, he had interest in other things. He liked this vernacular spirit that he saw driving around America. I mean, he enjoyed the kind of individualistic expression that wasn't tied to this sort of, stuffy European program of kind of modernism with all of its kind of diktats and all of its kind of restrictions and its corporate associations. I mean, it's interesting to sort of tie that together with just the general air of young people's thoughts in the 1960s. We as a group tend to kind of be quite negative about them, but in a way, it was some of the people from that generation that did begin to question the kind of post World War mentality of that we now find quite sinister and stultifying in the kind of beginning of all of the things that we object to in the world today. These people were also beginning to question that. I mean, way back then.
Did correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, when I think of modernist architecture, I think of straight lines and utilitarianism chiefly. But when I'm looking at those things behind him, this kind of advertising, vernacular advertising, I guess, I can't help but notice, from the Coca-Cola to the span of life there, there's a lot of curves. It's actually curvy. The Coca-Cola bottle,
yep.
The little R on the grape there, the Squire's drink. I mean, there's a lot of non-straight lines, let's just say. Is that part of the American vernacular that you're talking about?
It's not specifically America, but it did have associations with it. It had associations with the kind of the kind of engineering of automobiles, the curving lines of the profile of cars of the 1940s, 50s, and so on. The kind of the kind of curving lines and organic nature of the body. I mean, there were certain people who were associated with modernism who broke out of this kind of geometric sort of regularity that was associated with the international style and the high modernists. You get people like Eros Saarinen or the Charles and Ray Eames, who of course were industrial designers, furniture designers. And these people explored, again, the idea of kind of things that were inspired by organic shapes, as you say, by the curve, by softness, by surface and sheen. The high modernists, they wanted complete unadorned. They were against decoration for its own sake. They were against color for its own sake. Everything had to be, the form had to be related to the structure. If there was something on the surface of your building, it had to have a structural relationship with the actual construction. It was if it was a stripe, it had to be an I-beam, or something like that. And this idea of, you think of the kind of late 19th century, early 20th century with its, like Louis Sullivan with all this high kind of ornamentation and decoration. The modernists hated all of that. And so here comes John Margolies and his generation who say, wait a minute, why are we throwing all of this away? I mean, why are we abandoning the idea of decoration? Why are we abandoning the idea of kind of a relationship between so-called high and low? You know, why do we hate things that actually have resonance in the daily lives of normal people? Why are we building these big sterile temples to the to again the post-war utopia? Why aren't we embracing the things that are kind of alive and expressive of more kind of human scales and human desires? And so that was sort of what postmodernism, that was very much a part of postmodernism as it was to be formed in architecture, certainly.
It's just occurred to me as well. I mean, I'm looking at that Route 66 logo. It's got curves. Marilyn Monroe had curves.
Yeah.
Electric guitars had curves. I'm just trying to think of, like, as you mentioned, cars have kind of curves. I mean, I don't know if there's any point to be drawn from this other than you can see it in many parts of the aesthetic that was kind of coming around this time, I guess.
Yeah. And of course, this was already, this was a time when there was still this idea of high and low culture. And of course, the high culture person would say, I hate all this stuff. All of this stuff is kitsch. All of this stuff is hideous and commercial and decorative for its own sake. And of course, this was all things you were meant, as a serious person, as a serious artist, or serious architect or whatever, you were meant to reject this. And suddenly you have this generation of people like Andy Warhol or Roy Lichtenstein, the pop artists, or you have like architects like Philip Johnson, who had begun as a high modernist and then basically ended up overturning all of these ideas that he'd started with, and moved into this idea: why don't we acknowledge the mass culture of the day? Why don't we acknowledge these kind of human interests and such? And so it was quite a revolutionary idea. And I would say that John Margolies' project was to try to document all of this, because it was all being wiped away. And indeed, much of the things that he photographed no longer exist. In some cases, I would say his photographs are the only record of many of these structures, many of these unique aesthetic sort of experiences. I mean, all of this has been wiped away, and it was disappearing in his time. And I do think there was a sense of urgency. As I said, he wasn't just taking pretty pictures; he was also trying to document something and use his photographs to show people that there was this whole other world of kind of architecture and design that shouldn't be overlooked, that shouldn't be trammeled, to build a big concrete, perpendicular concrete public building and sort of wipe away this this whole vernacular language. As he said, that someone in the chat mentioned a very good point, which is that, of course, the actual U.S. interstate system was a mid-century project. There was an earlier kind of numbered route. I don't know exactly what they call them, of roads that kind of, and they still exist. But then in around the 1950s, and Eisenhower, was the introduction of the kind of interstate system, these larger newly built roads that would kind of link a lot of these smaller roads and link a lot of these places. But of course, in the building of the interstate system, they wiped out a lot of this older kind of culture that had built up at the beginning of the automobile. So, and Margolies, he said the businesses along the interstates, along the old routes, were wiped out by and much of the kind of individualistic places that were screaming out for attention were wiped away.
I mean, it's hard to explain how weird some of the things are along Route 66.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember visiting a museum and a house that is made entirely of bottle tops,
Yep.
like the walls and
Gosh.
everything.
Yeah.
I think it's in near Albuquerque, that place. Or what was that weird place I went to Kamari or something? I mean, there's a lot of just very odd things. I went to a pop shop, like the world's largest soda pop shop. It had over 3,000 types of soda in it or something, just in the middle of fucking
Yeah.
nowhere, but
Yeah.
it's just there.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't know, you just don't see these places. They're just one-off things run by a weirdo. So
Indeed. And and that's one of the things, when we say roadside America, I mean, this is one of the things. I mean, as these interstates, and well, not the interstates so much, but as these routes built up with the expansion of the motor car, people, they found ways to kind of capitalize on that. Well, how do you get people to, when they're driving along, how do you get them to stop? Well, let's build a big, let's build a 50-foot, woman. Let's build a wall
yeah,
drug.
there
Let's
are
build these.
huge numbers of giants as well. This is something else that
Yeah,
people, on Route 66, there are a lot of giants,
yeah,
and it's typically
uh,
like a giant holding I don't know, a corn on the
yeah,
cob, or he's
yeah.
a mechanic or something. But they've still built a 50-foot giant.
Indeed, someone says the proverbial giant ball of twine. I mean, that is the sort of thing we're talking about, and these things were, they were meant to get people to stop and have lunch at a cafe or buy souvenirs, and this was a huge part of that roadside uh, traveling culture that that came along, and again, this is one of the things that as the 20th century progressed, that began to disappear. I mean, now if you think of the world, it is just a complete string of multinational uh, franchises, and
Hmm.
identical big box, shopping strips, and you get less and less differentiation. There is less of a kind of individual spirit to all of these places. One
Yeah,
town is
I,
just the same as the next town.
I should have mentioned as well is that the other thing about the Route 66 experience. I mean, I don't know if you could still do it. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of those, even more of those businesses, will have closed down by this point. But it was the sheer uniqueness of a lot of the hotels that I stayed in.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, they're kitschy, they're tacky, but this is all part of it. I mean, I think probably the most famous one is that Big Texan. I mean, part of you just thinks, "Oh God, isn't that awful?" But another part of you is like, amazing,
Yeah.
for what it is. But the trucks are getting restless. D, shall we move on
Okay,
to
so
slide?
to just very briefly, the method of how this was done. So in the 1970s, he decided to make a more serious project of this. And so what he would do is that generally in the spring and summer, he would rent the largest automobile he could afford, which back then was usually a Cadillac, and he would he would fill it up with all of his kind of needful items, suitcase full of things and toiletries, some coolers to keep the film in. Because, of course, all of these were shot on emulsion-based film. I don't know if the Zoomers even remember what that is, but this was not a digital photography. These were on actual film. In fact, he used a film called Kodachrome, which is, I would say, part of the look of the 20th century was based upon the characteristics of this film. I mean, it was one of the early kind of popular color films, and it was extraordinary. I was very lucky to, of course, have used it for many years. It's now gone. It was discontinued. It's quite difficult to process, and so you generally had to send it away either to Kodak, who made it, or to a lab that Kodak had sort of sold the patent process to. So you couldn't do it in your own darkroom. It's color film, and as I said, it was difficult to process. And so basically once they stopped making the film, they discontinued each of the speeds, and then finally they discontinued all the processing. So it's no longer there. And actually, Margolies very specifically said, yeah, his photographic gear comprised a 35mm Canon FT along with ASA 25 Kodachrome film to obtain maximum color saturation that you see in the photographs. When film became obsolete, Margolies stopped. He said, when Kodachrome ended, I ended, because he felt that shooting digitally would change the nature of his images. So this project, basically the photographs encompass about 1970, the early 1970s until I think 2006 is the last that he did this, and that coincided with the time that ASA 25 Kodachrome was discontinued. So basically, he stopped this project. But he every summer, as I said, he mostly between those years, he went out and drove thousands and thousands of miles. And this was as I said, it was an obsessive project of love. You know, he went out, drove all over America, shot film all day, and then went to his hotel, collapsed, and got up and did it all again. And then we just do this again and again and again. The other things I will note about these pictures is that he had very specific ethos about how they would be taken. He only generally photographed on clear days with, bright blue skies, not too many clouds. He generally liked to photograph in the early morning when the light had a certain quality, and he avoided, for the most part, having any people in any of the pictures. There's a few exceptions to that, but for the most part, these pictures are completely uninhabited by people, and it gives them quite a strange quality. The whole world almost of these photographs is unpopulated. It is clearly the buildings and objects and things that he's interested in, and not people. These are not moody photographs of his inner life. These are very much on the ethos of a postmodern pop artist like him. These are photographs of the exterior of things. He was not interested in using these to evoke any sort of feelings he might have. He avoided nostalgia. He also didn't like when people describe these as kitsch, because of course to him, again as a postmodern pop artist of sorts, there was no distinction between kit. For him, photographing a giant hot dog was the same. It should be viewed with the same aesthetic criteria as photographing a great building. He made no differentiation. He didn't like when other people made differentiations. Again, and called what he was taking pictures of kitsch. So keep in mind, again, no people. He liked to work when there was no one else around, because he found the presence of people and activity annoying. So you'll see that as you look at these pictures.
You have to admire this guy's total dedication to autism.
Oh, total dedication to autism. That's one of the reasons why I thought people would really enjoy these. And of course, as I said, he stopped. He died in 2016. I think he was maybe 76 years old. He stopped this project in 2006. And the most remarkable thing, of course, is that when he died, he bequeathed all of them, his entire body of work, or at least the best ones that he selected, which was over 11,000 images. He bequeathed them to the Library of Congress of the US, and they passed into the public domain. And I think that's quite extraordinary for these pictures. Anyone can take, you can get high resolution 100 megabyte TIFF files of any of these photographs right off the website of the Library of Congress, and you can print them out and sell them. You can make prints of them for your home with no restrictions whatsoever. So that is quite something, I think, and I think is very much at the heart of this project. He wanted these things to be preserved and be available for people to remember, and here they are. I found him just by chance. I didn't really know about him until a month or so ago. I was ironically looking for a picture of a Dr. Pepper. I mean, sorry, not Dr. Pepper, a 7-Up neon sign. And I just did a search and I came across an extraordinary picture of a 7-Up bottling plant. And it was his. And then I said, wait a minute, his entire archive is here in high resolution and it's available. So yes, that's something I would encourage people to do. Go look at them. What I did to give you an idea of how autistic and mental I am, I looked through all 11,700 odd images in the past month, and I selected a few of them. The scans that you will find on the Library of Congress website, they are purely archival scans. They have not had dust removal. They have not had any color correction done to them. And so they're quite rough. If you want to do anything with them, you will have to do a painstaking process, dust removal. These are, again, Kodachrome was a transparency film. So when you got it, you didn't get negatives, you got positives, and they were in the form of slides. So you know, these are the things you put in a slide projector and project on the wall to look at. You can make prints of them with a certain process, but these are transparencies, so they are. There's lots of dust. I did not remove the dust for this stream because it would have taken ages. But I did do color correction. So all of the images we're going to look at, I did a very minimal color correction so that people could kind of get an idea of what the color would have been on these images. And I cropped them. The scans are full frame. So I cropped them down to to the standard 2:3 ratio of a 35mm transparency. So there you go. So I think that covers everything.
You know how to build some hype, D. We're an hour in. We haven't seen a picture yet.
I can't believe, in our usual manner. So just for fun, I have grouped these by subject in a very cheeky and unsophisticated way, just to give a little bit of structure.
Amazing. So, yeah.
So one of the things that that Margolies' work is heavy on is pictures of signs. He loved signage because, again, these signs were the kind of artistic creations of wherever the local area was, whoever was the local neon bender or sign painter, in these towns. And so, again, this is a kind of vernacular art that mostly disappeared. I mean, these signs are very easy to break. They required a lot of maintenance. As soon as the business went out, the sign usually went and it was scrapped. So a lot of his records are of these extraordinary creations. I absolutely love neon. I've been obsessed with it for many, many years. So you will see lots of these signs. I think they're amazing. This is the restaurant the sign was attached to.
Awesome.
Yeah, and just as we look at these, everyone should note the really unique architecture that goes with these places. Most of these places, they weren't chains. These were not like franchise buildings. These were the kind of unique vision of whoever started this business.
There was a lot of that on Route 66 as well. It's like, come here for an orange juice. And it's like the building is an orange.
Is it orange? Yeah. Oh, we'll see some oranges. Yeah.
Brilliant. I wish I could see the prices on those. So I can.
If you want, I can quickly look. I
can see. Was it 45 cents for French fries? 60 cents for a corn dog. You could probably work out the real price of those and adjust it for inflation to see if living conditions have got better or worse. I love doing stuff like that. It's the old economist in me,
Oh, I mean, we'll see a lot of that. I can see you can't see the prices for most of these because they're kind of hidden away. But we will see other businesses where the prices are quite visible, and it will make you sad.
Also, another one. Try our Saturn Sun specials.
Yeah, and uh, the uh, the giant bearing food is a theme that we'll revisit
Yeah,
again and again.
I saw so many of these down Route 66, by the way. I mean, by which I mean every little town had something like this,
Yeah,
like Big John here. Does make you fancy a burger, though. It works. It
it
really is effective advertising.
it really works. I prefer a Coke, but Pepsi's all right. I'll drink Pepsi. Note the old Pepsi logo as well, I like. And this is before it turned into like an obese person's stomach. If you look at the new Pepsi logo and think about it being a very fat person with their shirt kind of pulling up and the trousers falling down, you'll never unsee it.
Just love the fact the person couldn't actually spell specials as well, do you?
Indeed.
Lovely,
Yeah, and these as I said, I absolutely love I love this sort of signage. You just don't get this kind of graphical creativity
well,
any longer.
one of my bugbears is, I mean, in this country, I don't know if they do it in America, but I mean, it's a different thing. But so often, like the old village shop gets bought or whatever by like an Indian or a Pakistani family, and they put that awful generic signage over it.
Terrible signage. Yeah.
I had a tweet go viral last week when I was in Kingston. I put up a picture of like a Tudor building which had that horrible.
Oh, I saw it.
Did you see that?
Disgusting.
That's what I mean.
Disgusting.
No effort in the signage.
Yeah, and of course that's taken over. I mean, the average person. Yeah, the average person. I don't know. I feel like partially Photoshop and Illustrator are responsible for the kind of decline in graphical design ability, but. And neon, of course, as people who aren't familiar with how neon works, I mean, it's really an art. I mean, all of those, if you see like around the word Andre or around the burger, you see that sort of tube. I mean, those are glass, and they're bent by hand under a glass torch, and it's a very specific skill. It requires lots and lots of practice. Generally, neon benders were kind of apprentices. They would work for a shop that had a kind of master neon bender, and they're very difficult to make. It's quite dangerous as well because of high voltage and pressure and all of that. And it's almost all gone. There are fewer and fewer people who can do it anymore.
I seem to remember a previous stream that we did like this, where we were looking at the old footage of London, and we talked about the sharp decline of neon signage from post 50s, I think. Is that right?
Because those backlit, horrible backlit plastic signs and LEDs, of course, are much more economical. Neon is very expensive. It's fragile, and it requires a lot of maintenance. As you'll see as we go along, you'll see a lot of these signs, even in these pictures, are broken. So there's the Bob's Big Boy. This is a special Bob's Big Boy, by the way, because Bob's Big Boy was a chain of kind of.
Can I just say something else as well, which is that part of the rationale for this bigness that we're looking at, the huge signage, the huge Big Boy, is that I mean, I'm assuming you've done some driving in America, D. There are no bloody roundabouts. There are no roundabouts in America. So if you miss something, you're basically buggered. It's like, next stop,
5 miles,
literally 50 miles that way. What if I want to turn around and go to that place? No, sorry, can't do it. So basically, you have to get the person first time. It's like, okay, well, there it is. I can't miss it. It's the Big Boy or the massive flashing neon light. I'm not going to miss it.
You're not going to miss the stop. Yeah. I drove from Maine to California, in an old, broken down 1960s era Mercedes with a friend, with no air conditioning, no windshield wipers, as they call them. Yeah. So I certainly have experience driving across America. A quick note on this particular big boy. I think this is from La Cienega Boulevard in Los Angeles, and this big boy is attached to a big boy restaurant where David Lynch had lunch like every day for like 30 years of his life, and he talks about this.
Awesome.
So this particular big boy had a big visual impact on David Lynch for some reason. Yeah. So
I love the idea that it's a slightly sinister big boy that David Lynch was eating. In. What do they call it? That kind of American Gothic,
yeah,
kind of suburban Gothic or whatever.
Yeah.
More bobs.
More bobs. I mean, this is a more modern sign. I think this sort of sign is a harbinger of horrors to come, and this is the sort of sign that supplanted neon.
A lot of people in the chat earlier on were saying that boomers love Rust. I mean, what was it? Was it Neil Young? Rust never sleeps.
Rust never sleeps. Yeah, I like Rust. Rust is good.
It's a Burger King. Is that a real Burger King, or
I don't think it's the Burger King. I think it's a burger. It's not the chain. It's a rogue. It's a rogue local Burger King.
Awesome.
And this is a very early building. This is probably a 1920s building with, of course, modern signage. Probably built as a cafe, but as a very different sort of cafe. And then, of course, was occupied later on by, I would say, a later aesthetic. So, you'll see this example of reuse of buildings and things.
I've always been slightly fascinated by these kind of non-standard, random, small little buildings. You get some of them in this country as well. Like kind of, I just find it really interesting that they exist at all.
Yeah, and I love them, and this was a core part of Margolies' ethos in this project was that they've been wiped away. You don't see this sort of unique character in this type of building. It's quite rare now to see it. So
Longhorn Trading Post. Okay. Another nice neon sign.
Yep.
Berry Burger.
This crosses two categories. There's a whole ice cream category coming up, but this was in between, so I gave it to the burger category. But
I'm gonna have to look on a map to see where the nearest like Shake Shack or Five Guys is, and go and have a burger and a milkshake after screaming. I'm already hungry, so
it's never going to be as good as what you probably could get at Dairy Burger. This is actually has become a chain. So Hardee's. This is a very early example of a Hardee's sign, but Hardee's is a current burger chain in America.
That's a word that you get in America that you don't get here so much. Is broiled.
Broiled, yeah, choco broiled.
What does it mean, broiled? Grilled.
Broiled means, I mean, in the context of these sort of hamburger places, it means basically sort of grilled, generally over a flame. So if you think of like Burger King's, the flame broiled Whopper, that it's basically a burger that travels on a grid through a gas oven. So
someone in the chat saying Five Guys is burgers from hipsters. No, it's not. It's like the lowest. It's the lowest of the hipster burgers.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll give you my list of hipster burger places in London if you really want them. But
yeah, I really want a buttered hamburger.
Buttered hamburger sounds lovely, actually. What if they're brioche buns better than?
And also note that there's also radio operated auto racing happening July 27th through August 6th.
D, where do you go? Brioche bun or the sesame seed bun? which
I go for the sesame seed bun because I'm a traditionalist. But I certainly wouldn't turn down either. I love hamburgers.
It's kind of I do like Shake Shack, but then I remember when Shake Shack very first opened in New York, and there was a queue.
Yeah.
I mean, right around the block, and then some. It was like a 2-hour queue to get in there.
Yeah, I remember that from very late when I was living there. That was when I think Shake Shack opened. Yeah.
Yeah, they've become a bit more accessible now, so they maybe lost some of their mystique. But to me, I like the Shake Shack cheeseburger. I think it tastes almost like the essence of what a burger should be. I can't really complain about that. So
no, the burgers are quite good. They use a mix with mostly beef brisket, and they're fried very quickly, and they're pressed flat upon the grill. So it gives them their very particular taste, and I think they're very good.
One of the best burgers I ever had was in a place called Burger Joint in New York. It's in La Parker Meridian Hotel.
Yeah, Park Meridian.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, that's a really nice hotel, but the Burger Joint looks like it's made out of cardboard or something. It's just like you go behind this curtain, and it's just like they're playing grunge music, and it's like a really kind of punky atmosphere in there. But that may be the best burger I've ever had was in Burger Joint.
Very good. It's hidden away like a peep show. Yeah.
Yeah, I of course knew about it and insisted on taking a taxi there and pissing everyone off. And I was like, no, I'm not leaving here until I go there. So
yeah,
yeah.
I don't know if it's still there. By the way, if anyone wants to know where any of these things are, I have all that information. For instance, Butthead hamburgers were North Attleboro, Massachusetts, from 1978. So.
I love the idea of making somebody wear a hat that says "Fat Boy."
I remember when you did that McDonald's stream, you were quite delighted at the idea of making the manager wear a paper hat.
I mean, you're literally making somebody into your minion, but in this case, there's a bit of humiliation on top as well. I mean,
exactly, Fat Boy. Fat Boy. This is in LA. And note in the background, it's difficult to see, but there seems to be a proto-gay pride 7-Up advert on a billboard. But of course it isn't, because this was taken in 1977, so this would have been before Brand was interested in that sort of thing.
To tie into a stream I once did on the Residents, some Deepest Law fans will know, and the Deepest Darkest Law, the Residents were a very strange band. Obviously, they've got a song. I think it's on the Gingerbread Man album. But seeing this guy has reminded me of it, because the chorus goes, "Feed the fat boy." It goes like that. Feed the fat boy, and I don't know. This is just making me think of it. So
there he is, feeding the fat boy. Someone in the chat has reminded me that the Chelsea drugstore is now a McDonald's. The famous Chelsea drugstore from Clockwork Orange.
So fucking depressing, that is.
Yeah, it's a McDonald's now. Oh God,
so depressing. There's another one.
Well, so this little section is just for you, AA, because these are all McDonald's coming up.
Proto McDonald. Is he a proto Ronald McDonald?
Yes, this was McDonald's. This was the post. It may have been actually. I don't know if he was a pre-Ray Kroc thing, but this was the very early mascot of McDonald's. I can't remember what his name is. He has a name, but yes, on very early McDonald's signage, you will see this little.
I was not aware of this mascot at all. I feel ashamed for not knowing this bit of McDonald's.
Yeah, I am quite sad because I've forgotten what his name is, but and so if you look at any old McDonald's signs, you will see this sinister little. He's a fat chef with a hamburger for a head. One of my favorite thing about a lot of these mascots is that they are often the anthropomorphic embodiment of whatever the product is, and so you get this
Mm.
very sinister thing that they're kind of beckoning you to come and eat them. It's like,
Yeah.
come here to McDonald's and bite my head off.
Do you know, I was thinking about doing a Deepest Lore one day on forgotten early mascots because by some weird quirk, the first mascot of most. I mean, I was thinking about this in relation to Warner Brothers,
Yeah.
who, Bugs Bunny was a Johnny Come Lately. The original mascot was this little, was he called Otto or Oswald or something? Disney had the same thing. It was like this little rabbit. Even like the Beano and the Dandy had these kind of strange, like either it wasn't Desperate Dan or Dennis the Menace. It was older characters who typically have kind of like minstrel faces and things like that. And I just find it interesting that the first mascot tends not to be the one that sticks. It's often a second iteration.
And thank you, Mark Antonio. His name is Speedy.
Speedy, okay.
Speedy, yeah.
Okay. He's got a clock for a face, does he? Yeah.
No, it's a hamburger. His head is a hamburger turned on its side.
It looks like he's got a clock on his nose, like a kind of stopwatch. Maybe not.
No,
okay.
I don't think so. Maybe he does. Let me just look at the.
I think the idea is that you're going to get your burger really quickly, hence the clock for.
Oh no, that's the neon. So you have the neon has to be these continuous strips. So that's actually
I see. All right.
That's a piece of tube joining the mouth to the nose. So yeah.
Wonder if he ever made a comeback or like a cameo in later
I don't ever remember
of McDonald's Land.
I ever remember seeing it. I mean, of course, this is also the old McDonald's logo where the arches were kind of two separate arches crossed together. This photograph was taken in 1985, so this was this sign had hung around for like 30 years. I mean, this was an old sign when he took this picture of it.
Do you think Ray Kroc was like, "There's that one. Get rid of him! Get rid of him!"
No, there's a number of them that remain. Yeah, as you'll see. Go to the next. And
do you know what the arches were in the McDonald's? I don't know the story behind that either. Is it a St. Louis thing? Or?
No, it was part of the architecture of the early McDonald's buildings, which you'll see in here. I mean, look at this oasis. Would you not want to sit under a palm tree under one of those little metal umbrellas and eat a McDonald's? Come on.
Looks brilliant. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them in America have those signs, over, was it this one saying over 25 billion sold? Ridiculous.
I what does that mean? 25 billion burgers sold, or
who knows? But some of them have actually got like a ticker on it where the number goes up. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Yeah. Oh, so those are the arches.
That is the architecture of the early McDonald's. That's where the golden arches came from. By the way, this is a very, very unusual example of an abandoned McDonald's, which you don't see frequently.
I don't think they have onion rings on the menu anymore in McDonald's.
I don't know or slush, whatever that is. Although this may have been a McDonald's that was taken over by another burger joint, so that may be signage from that. This photograph was taken in 1981 in Compton, California, straight out of Compton. This McDonald's.
City of Compton. Yeah.
So if you know anything about Compton, you'll know that even then it was a shithole.
You're reminding me of my favorite album on that. My favorite line on that album, D. You're slower than a tortoise, full of rigor mortis. Not one of Dr. Dre's finer moments. That.
Yeah, I know what a slush is. I was being cheeky. It's like an icy. Is that what they're called? Icy. Yeah. Anyway.
Fuck the police, and Dre said it with authority. I'm a minority. How does it go? Okay. There. I tell you what. He stuck around in a few places.
There he is. Actually, this is the one. We saw with the
this is the same
palm
one,
trees.
right?
Yeah. But again, this is the early architecture. I love these old McDonald's where, of course, where the kitchen was entirely visible through the glass.
I tell you what, if old Roller Rat ever gets banned on Twitter, which is bound to happen at one point, I feel like this early McDonald's mascot
He's going to be Speedy.
might be my next character.
Your next regeneration is going to be Speedy.
Speedy Muck Decay or something.
Oh, God. Look at this fine. Look at this next one. This is a fine old McDonald's. Birmingham, Alabama, 1980.
Think of the racism that once existed in those walls.
Racism beneath these arches. Think of
beneath these races, many Alabama you don't come around here, boy.
Oh, God. Burger Chef, which I believe was also a chain. Yeah, we sell millions nationwide. Obviously trying to sort of ape the McDonald's billion served thing, I suppose.
We sell millions. I don't think the Burger Chef ever took off in the same way, that mascot at the top there.
No, I've heard. I feel like I've heard of it. Heard of it as a chain. So I don't know if it remains. But
a lot of Americans will probably recoil at this. But another one of the best burgers I ever had, because this is the thing about burgers, D. And I have this view that not everything has to be fine dining, and that you can actually, when it comes to street food or when it comes to food at the lower end, you don't have to pay like £20 for a good burger. You can actually find it in like shit places as well. And one of the best burgers I ever had was from a place called I think it's called Steak and Shakes. I think is that what it's called? Steak and Shakes. In it was in Springfield, Missouri. I just randomly stopped in and went to stay. It was like $2.99 or something cheeseburger. Amazing. Just amazing. Just a really, really good cheeseburger. So
that's some of my favorite sort of food. I tend to prefer, that sort of thing, that non-pretentious sort of, just normal food, normal fare. And there, yeah, you're right. There's wonderful, wonderful things.
Then we'll look at that.
I love this. The bucket, the bucket. So I believe it's modeled after like an old lunch pail. You see, it's actually got the latch on the side there.
How is there room to make burgers in there and house a men's as well?
Yeah, there's a toilet. There's a toilet as well. Well, I love and there's a lot of these. I mean, we'll see a lot of these tiny little cafes and such. This is also one of the very rare images where you can see the people out there. There's no room to dine in the bucket, so they've got tables out back. So yeah,
is that still there? The bucket?
I don't know. I
want to seek it out and go there.
I've looked a few of these things up, but I didn't look up the bucket. It could be there.
What a burger.
And I don't know if this is related to there's a chain called Whataburger, but I don't know if this is one or if it's just a a name alike.
Thick shakes. I'm definitely having a milkshake later as well, by the way. Definitely.
Yeah, and of course I like also the kind of more esoteric options. You can get a burger, or you can get half a fried chicken or shrimp. Do you get half a shrimp, or do you get?
I tell you what, I did see quite a lot down in the south was in certain areas there was Popeyes.
Yeah,
Popeyes chicken.
Yeah. Ooh.
That seemed to have a certain ethnic flavor, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. There's an old joke that if I can't remember who told the joke. I think maybe it was Chris Rock, that if you find yourself on Martin Luther King Boulevard, you should get the hell out of there. It's a bit like a Popeyes. When you see a Popeyes, you might be in the wrong neighborhood. I quite liked. I ate it at Popeyes, and it wasn't bad. I would love to have that small pig at the bottom of that sign, though.
That looks like a nice burger.
Yeah, it's also Wimpy's, not affiliated with,
Not the Wimpy's.
not the Wimpy's. No.
Makes me think of Jay Wellington Wimpy, of course, from Popeye, who we just mentioned. Do you remember Jay Wellington Wimpy? You always eating
I'll pay
those.
you.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a burger today.
For a burger today. I mean, there's an economics lesson right there. What is that?
Keynesianism.
Yeah,
it's basically the official ideology of our entire system.
Exactly.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a burger.
Exactly.
Today.
You can take out a loan to get a pizza. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're on to pills and liquor.
Yeah, some of these categories are quite small. There's not many in here, but I liked grouping them that way. If anyone gets the reference, I'll give you a bonus point, a D bonus point. So oddly enough, a lot of the sort of sellers of spirits in America used to use the pink elephant as a mascot. You know about pink elephants?
My immediate association, to be honest, is is it in Dumbo or Pinocchio? I think it's in Dumbo.
Dumbo. Well, the pink elephant actually used to be a sort of universal symbol of being drunk. That if you were drunk, if you were like an alcoholic having the DTs, you would you would see pink elephants, the delirium tremens, which is the sort of if you're a serious alcoholic, you would have hallucinations, and for some reason the pink elephant became the symbol of this. In Warner Brothers cartoons, I believe the pink elephant shows up occasionally. If a character is meant to be sort of inebriated in one way or the other. So it's quite odd to choose this symbol of alcoholic hallucination as your mascot.
Need to check the Wikipedia of the owner of this store, pushing the pink elephant on the population.
There's many of them though. I'm surprised. Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's class. That's a bit of derelict for you, look. Rust.
Yeah. The combination of rust, neon, and liquor is a good one.
Well, I hope Neil Young will remember. Southern Man doesn't need him around anyhow.
The mortar and pestle. Of course, I collect mortar and pestles. I think I've mentioned before, but makes a big show. This one is quite exciting. So if you can see there's sort of ghostly, like neon pestles. You see there's like a solid one, but then there's like three.
Mm-hmm.
So at night there would have been a sequence where it looked like the pestle was stirring around the mortar. Those those neons would like kind
I can
of
imagine that.
Yeah. And I also like that this place is like prescriptions by Leon Conley. You don't often see your chemist or your pharmacist sort of name checked on the signage.
Just a little hint of the old snake oil salesman about it as well.
Exactly.
I always think
would Leon have anything under the counter to give you? Yeah.
Well, I'm always reminded. This is a bit of an obscure reference, but in the film Pete's Dragon, the character played by Jim Dale, who's the kind of quack doctor who travels through. That is a kind of archetypal character from the American late 19th century, early 20th century. That's kind of like there in the culture somewhere. So
indeed. That's a great one. I love that one. I mean, with some of these, you can tell the kind of era that they're from. I'm getting a sort of 1930s, 40s vibe from that.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, you get an even older sign, which has been kind of updated with neon. They actually will take an older thing and they'll sort of outline it with neon at some later point.
Of course, today, if a shop just had drugs on it, it'd be like the Californian government just giving you heroin or whatever.
Indeed, yeah. This is probably a marijuana dispensary at the moment.
It's another pestle and mortar. Didn't realize this was a thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a sort of It was used to be a universal symbol of for the chemist, the pharmacist. Yeah, the mortar and pestle, like the brass balls for a pawnbroker. You know,
takes brass balls to sell real estate. Tri-state drug, coca. Classic.
Yeah. And this will be echoes of an earlier time when, of course, so a brief history of fizzy drinks and soda pop is that, of course, many of them started as a tonic or as a medicinal preparation, like Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper and 7-Up. I mean, they were purported to have, various, again, sort of curative qualities, and so they were available at a chemist or a pharmacist. And then, of course, as they transitioned from being medicines to being, just a pleasurable drink, the pharmacies would, basically started putting in like bar stools and had, fizzy water taps and syrups, and that was the genesis of the soda fountain. So you'll often see this association, sort of trailing on into the 50s, 60s, where you get Coke and associated with a pharmacy.
I have to say, when I did Route 66, Coca-Cola was absolutely ubiquitous, no matter where you went. By which I mean, it could be an abandoned petrol station, I guess you guys would say, gas station in the middle of nowhere that has been shut for 20 years, and there's the rusting Coca-Cola sign on the wall or whatever.
Always.
Or the things that are still alive and kicking will still have, it's just absolutely everywhere. Regardless of which state it was in, which town you were in, that was ubiquitous, I would say.
It's ubiquitous, yeah, and iconic. I mean, I much prefer Coca-Cola to any Pepsi I don't actually like Pepsi products. Pepsi stinks of modernity to me.
Well, my famous rule is always a Coca-Cola and always a Pepsi in any given field. And I've got this thing where people like us will gravitate towards whatever the Coca-Cola is, kind of naturally conservative or reactionary dispositions.
Right? Yeah, we did that with the 7-Up and Sprite.
Cone of silence.
The cone of silence. Another reference that no one will get. So these are your ice cream parlors.
I was trying to work out if it was ice cream or if it was coffee gone wrong or something.
Yeah, this is peak derelict to this sign. I mean, look at the mangled neon tubes, the wires with their high voltage. This is what is this business? I'm gonna have to actually look. Bally's Cremo was what this was.
Was the cone of silence from Seinfeld? Do you?
No, it's from Get Smart. People got it. A couple of people got it.
In the back of the vast recesses of my mind, I seem to remember somebody wearing a cone in Seinfeld once. I'd have to look.
Yeah, I'm trying. I have to think about that
one. Whatever happened to the milkshake? That they can never stay open. In the modern, I always see them open in random towns and things, and they stay open for 6 months and close down again. It's one of those businesses that, for some reason, isn't viable.
Very, very difficult. Yeah, I mean, they obviously were huge because, I mean, there are, I don't know, at least 100 photographs in the Margolies archive of ice cream stands and parlors and such. So they were hugely popular, certainly in America at one point. I also like the flashing police light on that the top of that sign.
Of course, they were a front during Prohibition.
the ice
milkshake.
cream parlor. Really?
The milk bars and
The milk bars. Oh,
there was typically a place where you'd set up your, we're going for a milkshake, and then there'd be a secret basement and Sun and Moonshine or whatever. So
fascinating. I also like a lot of these signs. They're very I don't want to say authoritarian, but they're very they're often showing you where to go. They're going to point it out to you. It's like a modern game with like a wayfinding arrow. Dairyland is here.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh gosh. This is the most sterility we've seen so far. I think.
Yeah. Oh, we will see others.
This is like a scene from one of those zombie games you can play.
It is. I will point out though that this place was operational. You can see the neon in the sign, and there's actually it's open. And if you look at the photograph closely, it's still operational. We're not used to this. I mean, again, we think of everything as being kind of scrubbed clean and sanitary, but there was a time in the past when it wasn't unusual to see a quite sort of rundown business that was still quite operational.
How would you feel ordering a milkshake there? What do you think the guy behind the counter would be like?
I do wonder about some of these. I did have sort of like fancy about what is the story of Daisy Queen. There's a famous chain, of course, called Dairy Queen, but this is another one of those kind of local knockoffs. Yeah, but look at the ground around it.
I know. Yeah.
This is also something you don't see today, which is that it was very common for automobiles in the past to drip oil everywhere, and you don't see it so much anymore. But if you look at old pictures of like car parks and such, there's oil everywhere. So this place, I mean, given the amount of oil there, must have been popular. All the cars probably Saturday night parked around the Daisy Queen.
Yeah, just got images of you go up to the counter, you open it, and who's there? It's like Javier Bardem from that Coen Brothers movie, just kind of looking straight at you.
So someone's saying it looks like Jabba the Hutt's barge. Bless the Daisy Queen.
Oh. Why is it the ice cream places are so derelict?
Well, it may. I mean, this. He may have been taking them at the very end of the ice cream craze. And again, note the broken neon just hanging there. And, oh, dear.
Man.
I also like in the sign there that says diamond that the eye has fallen off and someone has just gone and sort of painted a red line there instead of replacing the letter.
I mean,
all the bulbs are missing, all the neon is gone.
I would go to any of these places, by the way, but I would probably think twice about the Daisy Queen.
Yeah, Daisy
I'd go
Queen.
to all of the others, but that one.
Oh dear.
We don't take kindly to
where
you around these parts.
I'm looking. Where is it? Daisy Queen was North Main Street, Greenville, South Carolina, 1979. So.
All right, I could probably get by with my Ric Flair talk in South Carolina. My God!
Everyone was quite nostalgic for the burgers, but you weren't prepared for the desolation of ice cream.
It's getting more and more desolate, isn't it?
Oh God! the long dark ice cream of the soul.
I'd still go there. I would
go to Gary. I would go.
I would go to Gary's.
Yeah.
I would go to Gary's.
Um,
Without doubt. I probably want to sit in there as well because it just looks. You don't see businesses like that anymore.
no, not at all. I'm looking at the prices. Let me see, because I can see the high res Gary. Okay, Gary's ice cream. Here we go. What are the prices? So for a for Sundays, 75 cents or 80 cents for certain Sundays. Ice cream cone with 30, 35 and 40 cents.
If I had to guess from the prices and from the signage there, I would say this picture may have been taken fairly later than we might imagine. Maybe even 90s.
No.
When was it taken?
1979.
Wow.
And it's Jacksonville, Florida. And I can tell you the flavors they had. They had vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, butter, almond, peach, lime, and pineapple. And I would have probably gone for the lime because I like sort of unusual. You don't get lime flavored ice cream very much. So I would go for the unusual flavor.
You can get them a lot from my hometown if you ever come there by the sea. There's a lot of lime ice cream.
Oh yeah, the seaside ice cream. Yeah.
Is it still there? I wonder, Gary's. Is the Daisy Queen still there? We should all do a road trip to the Daisy Queen.
I would bet that neither Gary's nor the Daisy Queen are there. God bless them, but
there's another one.
This one looks fairly well kept comparatively.
Yeah.
I mean, another common theme is the building shaped like what was served in it.
The thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was hot in there unless they had air conditioning.
Oh no, look, they've got an aircon sticking out at the back. See?
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, because I reckon it would get very hot otherwise.
Oh, yeah. This is Long Beach, Florida, so probably very, very hot in the summer.
Even more so in Florida.
Yeah.
It's one of the hottest places I've ever been. Actually, Florida's really hot.
Florida is well. It's also it's so humid there. It's really awful. Yeah. I prefer the desert to Florida.
I'll never forget stepping out of the plane. It's 2 times in my life where I've done that. One time I've told you about before, stepping out into Hong Kong and being like, you can cut the air that smells of like prawn and fish and so on, and thinking, I don't think I'm going to be able to hack. I'm not sure if I'm going to live here, even in a hotel for like 10 days or whatever. And the other time was Florida, where you step out of the plane and you walk into a wall of heat. and I was just saying, I can't live in this. I can't live like this. But they do have good air conditioning in Florida, to be fair. But
they're very good at air conditioning. Yeah, there's an episode of Absolutely Fabulous where they go to Marrakesh and they step out of the airport and both of them collapse on the
Yeah, that was me. I also had the worst sunburn I've ever had when I went to Florida. The back of my neck was like, it became like almost like rhinoceros skin. That's how bad it was. It was awful.
Wow. I mean, being a pale ginger, I have learned to coat myself with a heavy spackling of sun cream.
Sunblocker or whatever. Yeah. Jolly Cone.
Yeah. Beautiful sign, and of course, as a person greatly interested in typefaces, these are just feasts. Some of these signs of kind of early mid 20th century type.
Some people are mentioning Iran in terms of the heat. It's a very different type of heat there. You don't get that kind of thick, humid Florida heat. It's much drier. When I went to Iran, I've only been a couple of times back in 2002, 2003. I must have had about 20 nosebleeds. I had like 2 or 3 nosebleeds a day because I couldn't, whatever reason, I couldn't handle the dryness. I don't deal well with the heat at the best of times, but
no,
yeah, I didn't.
No. I like it theoretically, but I'm very ill-equipped to tolerate it. I'm a very sweaty person as well, so I just become a complete damp
Yeah, I
pile
would
of
much
mush.
if I could choose. Like, I'd live in Iceland if I could, or like up in Alaska. I don't like the heat. I much prefer colder weather.
Yeah,
But my perfect day is a day much like today, actually, which is,
uh,
what is it? It's October. You know, it's not raining, but it's still like not that hot. So
yeah,
I'm an
brisk,
awesome.
slightly brisk. Yeah, I would say I am as well, but I like gardening, and I like the seaside and swimming in the in the ocean and things like that. So I do have a side of me that really likes the kind of summer. But as I said, yes, I am constitutionally unfit for hot weather
Yeah,
and
I
bright
mean,
sun.
one of the odd things as well is that you'd think, given my heritage, that I would catch the sun a bit, but I don't for some reason. I feel it's almost like so I say I'm a vampire. I'm almost like allergic to it, you know. So it kind of it doesn't. I don't tan very easily or anything. So
Mm.
it's a very
Make
strange.
make sure
Yeah,
you take your
yeah, yeah,
vitamin D
exactly. My
supplements.
vitamin D deficient kind of.
Oh,
Um, uh, oh, fish and chips, D, in
fish and
America.
chips. Yeah, in America.
You don't get fish and chips in America.
No, no. At the K&J, Polly's fish and chips at the K&J Dairy.
But again,
And
another one of these non-standard tiny little buildings.
yeah, weird, like tiny little bit built on a lot. I mean, obviously there was another building there at one point. And but yeah, built on a lot. This is 1986 in Detroit, Michigan. So you can imagine what happened to this place.
The one of the things I like, this is a bit strange, is non-standard heights of buildings weirdly being higgledy-piggledy like this. I kind of dig that. There's a very strange on the way into Richmond upon Thames. I've always wanted to go there, and I can never persuade anybody to go there with me. And I've never because it's an awkward place to park. I've never actually gone there. I should, but there is this old kind of old-fashioned 60s cafe that looks like it hasn't changed a day since like 1962.
Wow.
I don't know who goes there. I don't know how they stay open, but I really want to go. So if anybody's in that area, maybe we can meet up and go to that really strange cafe. But like this building, it's it's much smaller than everything else around it. So
Yeah,
I'm intrigued by that. There's
very, very
also
odd.
yes, it's going upstairs. Do you think they lived up there? Or do
Well,
you think that
that's
was
what I
just secret?
wonder. I love the idea of living above like like an ice cream shop, but it's so small. I can't imagine. I mean, maybe the office or something was up there. I can't imagine you would live there though. It is,
There could be
look how
seating up
small
there, additional seating upstairs where you can eat your ice cream.
could be. Could be. They've got. I see they've got a picnic table out there as well. So
This looks cool. I like the look of this.
oh, that creature, which I think is a pig.
It's a pig.
He's like a porky pig sort
It's a
of
pig.
knockoff.
Feed the fat boy.
The cream castle. I like the cream castle. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Brownsville, Tennessee, if anyone's wondering. A pit barbecue plate, $3.
Is it still there? That's what I want to know. I'd love to just do a tour of these and go have the best burger and milkshake ice cream
Yeah,
tour of all time.
indeed. Banana boat, 30 cents. I wonder what that is.
Is this older then? That's a very cheap price for the banana boat.
Yeah, 1979.
Which is a pig. Another one from the Fallout classics.
It really is Fallout. Yeah. So, oh, I see. So this was taken in 2004. So this sign has sat there for probably 60 years. By 2004, 50 years.
There was that whole trend of doing like kind of 1920s vocal jazz that sounds a bit creepy. You could do like a whole like Fallout style, early Cole Porter songs, eerily playing over a montage of these. I think it'd be quite. I think you get millions of views for that.
Indeed, indeed, yeah. Someone points out a lot of these signs would have looked better if they were lit, but if you look closely at this, it had that neon has not seen high voltage for many, many years. It's all broken. So.
Sorry, I just love it. I absolutely love it.
It's wonderful. Yeah. And of course, you get these mascot associations. So, of course, the ice cream. You get lots of like Eskimos and polar bears and things. This is Texarkana, Arkansas, 1979. The Big Burger.
Still open, you can tell. I know. So the sign says closed, but they were still in business.
Oh yeah, they've got packets of crisps there. You can see the till. Yeah. Love it.
Sweden cream. Probably has very different connotations today, doesn't it?
Stop it! It is odd how uniquely disintegrated the ice cream places are. Almost every one of them.
It's amazing. I'm wondering if there's a reason for that, whether secretly the ice cream place was always like a front or something. I mean, look at that. Bloody hell.
Every one of them.
That is awesome. That one is awesome.
Yeah.
This might be my favorite one so far, by the way. That's
a good one. So that's a mug of root beer, I would suppose. Vanilla ice cream in root beer is very good.
I love a root beer, by the way. I know many people don't like root beers.
Many people don't like them, no.
Do you know on Route 66, I exclusively drank a different root beer at every stop for the whole trip. I must have had about I drank nothing but root beer for the whole trip. It was the I don't know, like a gimmick or a deal I'd made that I was going to try as many different root beers as possible.
Amazing. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of sort of big brand ones, and there's also lots of kind of.
Yeah, I came to the conclusion that the ones that we can get here are kind of very like the A&W, and there's one with a dog on it. They're the two generic brands, really. But I came to the conclusion that I preferred a lot of the. It was almost like in the end, it was almost like ale or something. Like my one rule with ale is that you have to order something you've never heard of, and it has to be like local or whatever.
Yeah.
And like when you travel a bit in America, root beer becomes a bit like that because they do have these. They must have like micro root beer breweries in each state.
Yeah, they probably do. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it used to be. I mean, it was generally a very kind of specific esoteric blend of fruits and herbs, and based upon the sauce sarsaparilla, I think was the plant.
I have to laugh, by the way, because I still drink root beer occasionally. Do you remember I told you there's a local kind of corner store. They stock root beer, but I am the only person who buys them. And I did an economic experiment where I bought all of their root beer, like just individual cans. I don't know, I must have paid like 50 quid or whatever. I just bought them all. To see if they would respond to supply and demand. And literally, they didn't get another stock of root beer in for about 6 months. They've got them in. They've got them in again now. And I took AAA to the playground with a root beer, and she's got this thing where she always wants to try what I'm having. I was like, you won't like it. And I gave her some, and she was like, it tastes like medicine, Daddy. Yeah. Calpol.
Yeah.
And then she wanted more of it. So
She wanted more. Yeah, I think it's a slightly acquired taste. But it's I like it. But yeah, I mean there are many of them. People have been naming them. IBC, Dad's, Mug, A&W, as you said, Box. there are many brands of it. A quick note is that there was a big change to root beer in the 1960s because they discovered that Safrole, Safrole, which is a chemical, but it's naturally occurring in one of the parts used in root beer. It's a carcinogen. So I know in the United States they banned it. So they had to change all the root beers and put a synthetic version that tastes like the Safrole and isosafrole, but it's not the same. So that there are root beer purists who say that root beer hasn't existed since 1960, whatever, when they banned it.
I was not aware of this factoid.
Yeah,
I'm a fake ersatz root beer drinker.
That's root beer drink. I should also note that if you where are we? The Velvet. Oh, we're back to the root beer. Yeah. Sassafras is the plant. Yeah.
Sassafras. Yeah.
Yeah, that was which contains a lot of Safrole. Yeah. So.
Try to remember some of the root beer brands I really like. You couldn't get them everywhere though, because the really famous one, like the big brand ones, the ones you can get everywhere, which is A&W and there's one called Bundaberger. I'm not that keen on. You can get those in supermarkets and things like that. I also don't like it when they try to be fancy, like root beer and honey, like in some like hipster places in London.
Exactly.
Fuck off with all of that,
I hate that. Yeah, it's that same trend. It's like oh, we put cucumber in our gin. Oh, fuck off. No.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, but what happened? What's it called when you put it's a float? So yeah, when you put the ice cream in the root beer, yeah.
Yeah, and it's very good. Also, a Coke float with Coca-Cola and vanilla ice cream is really good. I really like it. Someone mentioned cream soda. I hate cream soda. That is one delight that I cannot participate in.
This place looks a bit depressing, to be honest. This one.
The Velvet Trees. Note the old Sprite logo on the Velvet Trees sign, though. And also, I'm enticed by this sign in the window that says 6 Wonder Dogs for $3. 6
fried chicken shrimp. Of course, if I ever fulfill my dream, I became the Velvet Glove, that notorious gangster, I would do my deals out of the Velvet Freeze.
Yeah, something nefarious could happen at Velvet Freeze. You never know. Also,
sitting on that counter, yeah.
For fans, note the oil in the car park. You don't see that anymore. I'm gonna have to go strangle the dog.
So one of the things I love most about traveling alone, this is gonna make me sound a bit strange, is going to a slightly rundown place like this and sitting at the bar or whatever on my own, kind of seeing what's going on.
Indeed.
I kind of dig that, but you can only really do that if you travel alone. Like typically I'd be with
like John Margolies did. I mean, he literally got money from the Guggenheim Foundation to go and eat at the Velvet Freeze.
living the dream, John.
Exactly,
Whippersnapper.
That's very malformed hamburger up there, but I feel like an ice cream hamburger combo is a bit too decadent. It's just like the milkshake hamburger combo. I feel like it's just a bit too decadent. I think you need the Coke with the hamburger to kind of cleanse your palate. There's something about drinking a thick milkshake with French fries and hamburger that I don't fancy.
I'm definitely going to do it later, D. I typically don't do that, but today I'm going to in honor of this stream. I'll see if I can find a good place and take a picture of it. But I think around here it's going to end up being Five Guys. Not as good. But... oh my god!
Speaking of derelict.
By the way, I love. This is something else I did all the way through my trip, which is, when I wasn't having root beers, if I ever picked up a milkshake, I'd have malt put in it. Have you ever
Yes.
done that? You can have malt put in your
Yep.
milkshake.
I love malted milkshakes. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the malt. I think it's basically like Horlicks, isn't it? Or like tastes like Horlicks a little bit, but
Yeah, it's
yeah.
just it's just it's produced from just letting various grains, sort of dried and germinate, and it makes a very specific flavor. But it's a certain combination of sugars that give that wonderful flavor. It's like Maltesers.
The middle of the Malteser, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
So.
Did I ever tell you a story about one of my ex who we used to go to the cinema a lot, and she'd always have a bag of Maltesers. But she did this thing where she didn't want to eat the middle. She'd eat the chocolate from around the side, from around the outside of it, and then leave the middle. She wouldn't eat the middle of the Malteser. I never forget, we were in this cinema one time, and I looked down, and she'd been sneakily dropping them all over the floor. So there was just like a kind of...
God!
I couldn't believe it. It was just like all these...
Oh, she should have been sent to prison.
Oh, it was awful. I was like, I can't believe you did that.
Is that why your one's shoes always get glued to the floor in the cinema?
just terrible. Terrible. Anyway, I was reminded when the Maltesers is mentioned, my mind goes there for some reason.
Why didn't she just eat like cheap chocolate? Why waste a Malteser just to eat that chocolate? Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Mental. No wonder she's your ex.
Oh, God. You couldn't barely even tell that's ice cream. It's in bad shape.
A lump of rust. Yeah, Bartlesville, Oklahoma. And with Zesto, we leave the world of ice cream.
The really depressing, decrepit world of derelict ice cream parlors, most of which were open, which is most amazing of all. Can I? Sorry to do this, but I have to go back.
All right.
And look at Daisy Queen. Oh my God!
People have been giving. I don't know if this is true. Someone says in the chat. Who says it? Who did that? Where is that? The Daisy Queen was actually called the Dairy Queen until 1954, and it kept this name for 25 years. Richard Crook says that. So I wonder if that's true.
Is it still open, or is it gone now?
Oh, of course it's gone. Well, if in 1954 for 25 years, that would have been 1979. So which was when that picture was taken. So, probably the Daisy Queen was forced to remove its Dairy Queen name when the chain trademarked Dairy Queen. Possibly. They had prior art though. They should have gotten a better IP lawyer. All right. So
it was torn down apparently. Damn it.
R.I.P. No vacancy. So another iconic feature of the roadside American experience is the hotel or motor lodge.
And I stayed in several of these on my Route 66 trip.
Many of them, many I have been in. This is a favorite one of my photographs from the Margolies collection. Just this sort of combination. There must be a word for it. It's sort of. It's both sort of disintegrating, but that there's also just that hint of the optimism that it once had.
Yeah.
A swimming pool. It's quite nice. You just have a nice pool. It has that's certainly that 1950s architecture. That sign is pure American 1950s.
But look at the actual motel rooms themselves in the back. You could eat right if there's not some sleazy couple having an affair and dirty sex in one of those rooms, somebody's being killed in the next one. No
But it
Country
wouldn't
for
have
Old
been
Men
like
was happening.
it was hopeful. It was hopeful once. It was aspirational. It was, they were going after the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach. That's what they wanted to evoke. And look, the flamingo is faded and the sign is falling apart. At the pool, would you swim in that pool?
No, I wouldn't.
I
I mean,
love it.
I'm not actually sure if I'd stay in that one day because I'm just getting bad vibes
Yeah.
from the rooms.
It's sad. Oh, by the way, this was in Jackson, Mississippi, and this was taken in 1979. Jackson, Mississippi has come up lately because that is the city that has no running water. Remember that story?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because of the I would say the constitution of the local government.
Is it still there, the Flamingo Hotel?
I would guess it isn't. Given it was in this state in 1979, I don't think anyone is staying in Jackson.
I'd love it if it was still there.
I know.
Imagine the sort of decrepit creatures you could find.
If you were still followed by all the autists, that used to keep spreadsheets and such, someone can devote their autism to looking up all these places and finding out if any of them still exist. I looked up some, but not all of them.
So that's awesome as well. Anne's Motel Office.
There's now talk about deeply sinister. There is something deeply sinister about this.
Do you think Psycho damaged the motel industry?
Psycho certainly damaged the motel industry. I mean, any sort of small independent motel. There was a whole trend, of course, in the 1920s and 30s and into the 40s of these kind of cottages where it was like a hotel, but you would rent like a tiny little cottage to stay in. And those also suffered greatly at the hands of slasher movies in the 70s and 80s. This idea of staying at Crystal Lake became,
I don't know why, but even the most decrepit ice cream places, apart from possibly the Daisy Queen, I would have gone to. But for some reason, all of the motels are just giving me creep out vibes. I'm not.
Yeah.
I fear that Anne's son might kill me.
Well, the thing is, where is the motel? I mean, there's this little shack. It's sort of half buried in the ground, but like you don't really see it. It just looks like a normal house behind it. Like, where is it? And like, there's someone in that office. Does someone sit in that little shack?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I hope they have air conditioning.
Well, it's in Bar, Vermont. So
okay, it's more temperate up there. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was taken in 1984. So
Bambi Motel.
Oh, I mean, $6 a night. Think about it.
Oh man.
Yeah. And of course, a feature of many of these is that you will see that they advertise air conditioning, they advertise color TV, they advertise, a pool, radios in the room, I mean, which would have been all the mod cons at the time. I mean, this is in Griffin, Georgia, so you would have needed air conditioning.
I mean, maybe this is the kind of slight Puritan in me, but the idea of picking up some like 2-bit hooker paying $6 to go obviously lice-ridden bed. Imagine the absolute squalor in some of these places.
Oh, it was. I'm sure the Bambi Motel was lovely when it started.
Fucking semen-stained sheets.
Stop it! Don't bring your black light into the hotel.
I'm just saying this is like all the things that would run through my mind before I paid the $6 to stay there. Oh man.
Oh, we're never going to get through it because you haven't seen the worst of them.
Oh dear, the Covered Wagon Motel.
covered. I mean, first of all, a beautiful sign, a really beautiful sign. Yeah, which in its heyday would have been absolutely glorious. Yeah, nice neon accents. There's TV in rooms, and AAA. Look, AAA.
Yeah, okay.
Whew.
This one is slightly less scary than some of the others, I would say.
Yeah,
I might consider
yeah.
going there, maybe.
Well, except it was in Salt Lake City, Utah, which is a place I don't recommend for various reasons. There you go. There you go.
We did say it was going to be a cozy stream, but
It's a cozy stream. Come on, you could go and put your feet up at the cozy modern cabins, couldn't you? Oh, dear, oh dear. Whew.
Oh man. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not much to say about that. It's in.
This is my. I mean, I told you that story about being in that ghost town in Texas and seeing the guy move like through the window, right? The windows were like this, where they were clearly like kind of, like this place has been abandoned, right? So it's kind of, the windows have acquired dust and it doesn't look lived in. So I'm just trying to get across to you how scary it was when you see someone living in there watching a TV or whatever. It was just
oh yeah, I experienced this a lot. Yeah, if you drive around America, you will see these places. I mean, it's like the Daisy Queen. You can't believe that it's still operational. You can't believe someone lives in these places, but they do.
The Eisenhower Motor Court.
The Eisenhower Motor Court.
That's in pretty good nick. This is the best, most intact business we've seen in about 30 slides.
Yeah, don't go too close though, or you might change your mind about that. Yeah, and this one, of course, this sign predated Eisenhower, the president. So this was someone else, or this was some other Eisenhower, because this is clearly like a 1930s 40s sign. So I like the amenities offered though. Wall-to-wall carpet, free radios, free TV, 100% air conditioned, electric heat, swimming pool, and room phones.
Somebody's pointing out that there's a lot of weeds coming out of the pavement. So.
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't look at it too closely, because I think it might. It's
probably abandoned.
I think it's abandoned. Yeah. Also, another thing I like about the sign is you see, instead of saying like vacancy, no vacancy, it just says yes and no.
Yeah.
There's a no, you can see the no neon there. So weekly rates, it takes Bank Americard. But yeah, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's probably shut.
Yeah.
What does it say on that? What does it say on the sign there?
Which one?
On the actual door of the hotel itself.
It says
Night Bell, is it? Night Bell.
Night Bell. I guess if you want to get a room at 3 a.m, you have to wake up the
non-existent porter.
Yeah. Non-existent. And this was in Newport, Tennessee, 1979. At Route 411. So
closed down. I reckon.
And Thomas 777 would like this because of the rates.
Price, yeah. 777. The Heart's Desire Motel. There you go.
Cool. I like it.
More nasty sheets.
I also want to point out the so of course prior to these are all incandescent bulbs, and I'm just thinking of the maintenance man that has to replace. One of those light bulbs goes out every 2 weeks, so of course you're going to constantly be replacing. I mean, the thing about a lot of these places is these businesses required a lot of maintenance, and the minute things started to slip, the minute business wasn't so great. Back in the past, you could hang on for a lot longer than you can now. I mean, a business now, there is no margin. I mean, if you're not making a profit, if you're not turning everything properly, you're going to get foreclosed immediately. But back then, many of these people would have bought, the land, and they would have been able to limp on. They have like 1-2 guests a night. They can keep going for years and years, these places. But of course, they may not be able to keep up the maintenance, so the places would continue to operate, but they would disintegrate.
I'm just picturing it, the quickie Elvis wedding, the straight back to the Heart's Desire Motel.
Oh,
For some honky tonk loving, eh?
stop it. Oh.
Oh, a Holiday Inn.
Yes, a classic sign. I mean, this sign, the design of the sign is famous because it was almost every largest town in America would have had this sign at one time or the other. Most of them are gone now, I would suppose, but yeah, very famous design for this signage. And lobster, $9.95.
Lobster's a lot easier to get in America.
And
cheaper. It's a lot cheaper because I think it's because I read once. I think it's Maine.
Yeah.
In general, they've got like huge per capita lobster population or something. Yeah.
Huge. I mean, quite diminished compared to what it used to be. I mean, lobster used to be like, if you read Samuel Pepys' diary, he goes to taverns and has like a dozen lobsters. I mean, it was very cheap fare. And in some cases, it was used. I remember a story about it being served to prisoners, and they complained because they were served lobster every day.
Stranger things changed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very strange. But yeah, lobsters were heavily fished, and it really diminished the stock. Used to be able to get like lobsters that were like 30-40 pound lobsters, but unfortunately they're all gone.
I'll never forget going to some of those all-you-can-eat places in Florida in the 90s with my dad, and like foolishly, some of these places, they had lobster there, right?
Yeah.
And various other things. Watching my dad systematically, strategically, with his engineer brain, fucking min-max those places was incredible. I mean, he must have had about like 10, like honestly, like 10 lobsters, and then he's like, right, now I'll start my main course. So yeah, he really did do a number on those places.
Weren't expecting the crafty rug merchants to show up.
Exactly. He really did.
I would be right there with him. I would go for the lobster, certainly. I love it. I love crab and lobster. So. But yeah, much cheaper in America.
Yeah, he actually told me some tips. Like he said, what happens is that all of these people, they'll go straight for the ones with the sauces and the bread, and they'll fill up really quickly. They'll be full in 10 minutes. You have to like work around the buffet basically. So, but in this country, there wouldn't be lobster on tap like that.
No, no, it's very expensive. Even worse, if you go to France, lobster is astronomically expensive. This is a Holiday Inn. I quite like this. There's something about this that just speaks to me about a lot of things. The reflection of the late 70s American car in the window, the gold yellow drapes, the orange doors, the dying shrubs. Very seedy David Hockney.
Yes. Again, I think maybe the Coen brothers more than anyone is responsible for me just immediately thinking of like the shootouts, or the kind of like, what's that 80s Coen brothers film, Blood Simple.
Blood Simple,
my mind just goes to all of those sorts of things when I see this sort of aesthetic. I don't know if that's a deliberate kind of Hollywood attack on this sort of America, or if there is a kind of underlying seediness to it all as well.
I think both. I do think a lot of that is mythologized. as you say, I think it started with Psycho, and it did become a kind of mythos. But I do think there was also a seediness. I mean, by the 1970s, when a lot of these pictures were taken, a lot of these places were really run down and seedy and horrible. Of course, America had been flooded by, illegal drugs and degeneracy of all sorts by that point. So, yeah, I mean, what started as a kind of aspirational, hopeful, innocent enterprise quickly became corrupted like everything else.
I tell you another director who's quite good at capturing this sort of thing in some of his films is P.T. Anderson as well. So there's certain P.T. Anderson movies that tap into this side of America that and not always in a horror context either. Just trying to think of some example. I mean, some of his lesser known. Everybody knows There Will Be Blood, but he had one more recently. Wasn't that great a film actually, but it had a lot of this in it. Punch Drunk Love has a bit of this in it. Trying to remember was it called Inherent Vice? Inherent Vice. That has a fair bit of this kind of sleazy kind of nowhere somewhere America in it, and Boogie Nights has it as well. I think it's Inherent Vice though, especially the kind of the sheet element that we've been talking about. It'll Do Motel.
It'll do.
Yeah, going for the hard sell there.
Yeah, It'll do. I also has beer and food, which is quite strange. I can't tell the status of this place because if you look at the windows, there's a sign that says garage sale in both the front and side window. I don't really.
Yeah,
and then there's another small sign that says no beer for sale. So even though they have beer
up there, they've got a no beer for sale.
They have no beer. So
at the drive-in, it could be maybe you need a license to sell beer in a drive-through. You need to actually go in to have the beer.
Oh, you have to go into the office, but
I believe. I mean, in this country, I think there's 2 separate licenses for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and probably in America as well. That'll do, pig. That'll do, pig.
Well, here's the David Hockney.
I love this. I absolutely love this. I would spend all day in that pool. This is Marineland, Florida, 1990. So yeah, it has a bit of that 1990 gloss to it, I would suppose. I also like the detail of the small dolphin. The small dolphins on the screen. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
Press 1 if you would stay at that motel, and press 2 if you would not.
I mean, where is it? Is it sort of pointing to the ground?
I love it.
There's a couple ones already.
Oh, well, you're braver than me. I see the motels. I'm less keen on than the eateries. I think, in terms of actually patronizing these places.
The no-tell motel.
No-tell motel. Yeah. Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah. They're not even hiding.
They're not even fucking hiding it anymore. My other favorite detail about this is that sticking out of the sign are like 2 bare live mains wires with just like wire nuts on the end, just sticking out there. It's revolting. And the No-Tell Motel is 1988. Yeah, and by 1988, yeah, just everything was so thoroughly based that who cares? Whew.
So what's happened there? Is that the remnants of a wall? Or?
That's the remnants of the sign. In the background, you can see the motel, the disintegrated motel. Yeah, with just the stone part of the. As I said, if you build things in stone, they're a lot harder to get rid of. But I mean, there's think about this. You can extrapolate from this that this is in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I mean, it's Van Horn, Texas, and it's not. And again, he doesn't. Margolies doesn't even have a town. He just says that southeast of Van Horn, Texas, 1993. So this is what you talked about. I mean, just
Yeah,
absolute desolation.
desolation of the Texas plain, whatever. Can I just say, can you imagine the women being taken along to the no-tell motel? You know,
No.
you really make a girl feel special. Do you know that?
Yeah,
We're going to no-tell motel. Yeah, I mean,
I think the girls going to the no-tell motel are used to feeling used to
yes.
that sort of special. Yeah.
Yeah,
Saugus Pines.
nice swimming pool. Yeah,
Yeah, a full RCA color TV. A recreation room.
they got rooms as well. Look, D, there's vacancies because the no vacancy sign is not lit up. So
Is not lit up. It's
yeah.
TV Saugus, and that's Saugus, Massachusetts, 1984. Panama Hat was very interested in this one, in Scotty's Travel Motor Lodge for your year-round pleasure.
Holy shit!
I mean, just
Oh
take a
my
look.
god!
Take a look at the sign.
The kiddies fairyland. I mean,
Kitty's Ferry.
Jesus,
Look at the bears. Look at the bears. Yeah,
they're sinister bears. I tell you,
I know.
they've got that slight kind of thing I always think looks really scary, which is the like the ice cream van Disney, the kind of off
Yeah,
the
yeah.
off
The
Disney, you know.
the off-brand. Yeah, the off-brand Seven Dwarfs. I suppose that's what they are. One of them has a spade, has a shovel. He just and he's looking at that woman. And he's wondering, how big of a hole do I have to dig to dispose of her body?
For your year-round pleasure.
Yeah,
Kiddies
yeah,
Fairyland.
yeah. I remember Hat spent a while looking this up, trying to find out if Scotty's was still there. But this was 1980, so I certainly doubt it. I mean, part of me though, I'm thinking that this is someone hand painted this sign. I mean, whatever Kitty's Fairyland was. I mean, Scotty had at least tried to make his motor lodge a kind of family. Again, he was advertising that wasn't just some sleazy place to take your hooker. This was a
No.
place for a family and
Hmm.
for a strangely sort of woman in a.
I have a funny feeling that if Scotty was around today, he'd be a trans activist.
Scotty's not a trans activist.
He would be if he was around
No.
today. He would be. I
That's
reckon.
him. That's him there by the pool, Scotty.
All right.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What do you think?
Long gone.
Long gone. I mean, it was long gone then, and that was 1982. And of course, this sign would have probably predated television in the rooms and such. So that their advertisement was kitchenette, which was probably meant that it was for people who were renting it for like a week or for to actually live. I mean, people used to live in hotels and motels. I mean, they still do to some extent, but people would actually occupy them as their home. And
I love the idea that having a carpet is a selling point on the carpets. Yeah.
Stop it. And they may be bullet holes, Nathan. Yeah. Well, again, if it's out in the middle of nowhere, and especially if it's sort of the motel is gone, people are going to take shots at the sign. That just happens in rural America. So
This looks all right. This one.
Yeah, although I can't think. So, is it a sleeper car, and you just rent like a berth in an old sleeper car?
Yeah, must be.
Yeah.
You get a bit of a carriage to yourself.
Right.
There's probably a restaurant in there, I'd imagine, as well.
Yeah, and also just a bit of a bit of lore about the sign with the sleeping kitten. That was actually the logo of a railroad company in America, which I think was the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, which was called Chessie, the Chessie system, and this kitten was called Chessie. And they used iterations of that logo for years and years and years. So they were going with the train. They were going with the train theme, even with the signage. Although the words "fun for all" is a little.
I mean, I can't help but feel that since we've hit the motels, D, it's all gone a bit Blue Velvet. This
It is very Blue Velvet,
hasn't it? Though, I mean,
it's Daddy, you shithead. Where's my bourbon? Yeah.
Yeah, another AAA approved motel.
AAA approved. The Sunset Motel. I love these signs, which are kind of almost like abstract collages of graphical elements. You know, you get all of these nice verticals and intersecting ovals and sort of oblique angles and shapes. You know, just the graphic sensibility of these is quite appealing to me. What are the cards they take? Swimming pool.
American Express.
American Express, your Bank Americard.
Yeah, Diners Club.
Um,
Do you know my 96-year-old neighbor has still got accounts at like John Lewis and things. Doesn't have a credit card. Like, just never had. Like,
oh yeah, from the days when you could just have an account.
Yeah, she's just got accounts at various places. She doesn't have. She's
Wow.
never had a computer. She's never had and it's got to the point where she's so obsolete within the system that they don't know what to do with her. Like, she's kind of fallen off the. Like, she modernity cannot deal with her kind of, like 1940s accounts and things like that. So
Wow,
Mrs. A has been trying to.
I didn't know they still. I didn't. They still let those accounts go. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they still. Yeah, she still has all of them, and because she won't get an email address, they literally cannot sign her up to any of the modern services. So
Bait.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Before we move on, there's also David Bowie lore in this sign.
Go on.
Because he mentions Americard in a song.
Does he?
Yeah. Cologne she'll wear, silver and Americard. She'll drive a Beetle car and beat you down at Cool Canasta. Yeah, it's Lady Grinning Soul. Sorry, I'm out of tune. I'm not warmed up yet, folks. But yeah, Lady Grinning Soul mentions Americard.
He must have stayed in a few places like this in his
I'm
LA
sure
days.
I mean, in Aladdin Sane, so the spirit of Aladdin Sane lurks in a lot of these places.
I mean, the Notel Motel. Wham bam, thank you. Wham bam, thank you, man.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Oh, they're right in Suffragette City. Yeah.
The Pines.
Yeah. I do want a neon sign that says reasonable. I also like that there's a piece of wood plugging up the no in vacancy, as if at a certain point they always had vacancy. There was never a no vacancy time for Pine.
Makes me it reminds me of that Lead Belly song, Where Did You Sleep Last Night? Because for years I didn't know they were saying the Palms. Both him and Nirvana, the Nirvana version.
Yeah.
No, it's the Palm. I thought in the Pines. That's how I thought it went until I could just look up the lyrics,
Just look up the lyrics, yeah. Also, I like that there's a bird's nest in part of the sign at the bottom. So so at one point they offered apartments, which is what that said, APTS, but they apparently stopped that, and so they put pieces of like duct tape over that, which have like flopped over, and then a bird has taken residence in it.
This is one of the more Lynchian places we've looked at as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, God's sake.
And to finish our tour of the motels of America, we have Wiley's Resort Motel in Dinosaur, Colorado.
I mean, okay. At least this actually abandoned this one, unlike some of the others we've looked.
Indeed.
Danger, keep out. Indeed, do keep out. Yeah.
Indeed.
Happy motoring now.
Happy motoring. So the magical world of the motor car.
Lovely.
Yeah. My favorite detail about this. Go back. No. My favorite detail about this is notice that one of the posts of the sign is missing, and it's just nailed to a tree stump.
Oh yeah. You don't notice that? I mean, very.
No. I mean, that's how you know it's a budget motor company.
That's something else I saw on Route 6060, which is the I think it's quite famous. I think it may be on the back of a U2 album or something. You know that all those cars that are like on their side. I can't remember what it's called now, but I saw it. I think it's featured on a U2 front album front cover. This is obviously a mini version of the same idea, but
yeah, I mean, there's lots of those kind of car, sort of like folk art car monumental sculptures, as they call it, site-specific earthworks, as they would call them. Yeah, it says Florida, Alabama. It's actually Whitesboro, New York, 1987. So.
Felix.
Yeah,
he's another one of those early mascots we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. What happened to poor Felix the cat? Quite a popular cartoon in the day. This is Felix Chevrolet, 1977. Not the finest days of the Chevrolet, I might add. Note, of course, that like half the cars in the lot aren't Chevrolets at all.
Easy street.
Yeah.
Easy street.
Indeed.
It's quite grand. Egyptian themed.
Yeah, amazing building, I think from the 1920s by the car manufacturer.
Himself, yes.
Yes, and there was a period where this sort of quite historically informed Egyptian revival style. I mean, it was mostly used for cinemas and theaters for that sort of architecture. It was very common to have Egyptian. In fact, there's a famous Egyptian theater in Los Angeles. But I like that this was basically a Ford dealership, and it always was. It was built as a Ford dealership.
I hate to say this, but you can always tell when things are a little bit older because there's less expense spared. Basically, if things date to the 20s, they tend to be just a bit more. I don't know. I don't want to say authentic, but they've obviously had a bit more money spent on them.
Oh, this would have been quite expensive because all this would have been probably cast terracotta or stonework. This is still there. Strangely enough, this picture is late. This is actually from 2003, and this building is still there. It's not a automobile dealership. It's now like an event. You can rent. It's a hall for events. You could rent it for an event. Imagine having the event at this place.
An Egyptian,
yeah. An Egyptian temple with a Ford logo on the front.
Quite fitting in a way.
Yeah.
Ideal used cars, best buys, stop and save, top values.
Top values. I like the gold, the sparkly golden festooning as well.
Quite colourful, this one.
Yeah.
It's in better nick than a lot of the signs we've seen. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, it's true. The car things and a lot of the automobile related things, they pull out all the stops. You know, especially these sort of independent used car lots. They really want to attract your attention and get you in there. Well, most of them are in better nick.
Not this one. Not this one. No, not Jim's.
No, Jim's wheel alignment.
Jim is a failed car salesman.
Jim is.
How can I tell?
even the car in the sign is rusty. That's never a good sign.
That's another character deep in the American experience, by the way. The failed or failing salesman.
The death of the salesman.
One of my favorite ever films is the cinema verite film Salesman, due to the sheer desperation.
Oh, a miserable film.
Yeah, they're actually, I think they're selling like high quality Bibles or something, but it's so and their copes, they're all their little copes all the way through it as well. Their desperation is amazing.
Yeah. Speaking of expensive architectural detail from the 1920s, go to the next one.
Well, that's all right, isn't it? It's quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, look at that amazing Baroque Spanish revival detailing. This is a very nice building. Built as a car dealership. I can't remember the make of car. It was built for a make of car that no longer exists. One of the early kind of innovators in car manufacturing in those days. But it was built as a car showroom, and it remained one. I mean, this is 1977. It had become a Mazda showroom. Although for some reason it says Mazda at the top, and then the window says Oldsmobiles. Immediate
yes.
Delivery. This building is still standing. It's actually it has some landmark designation, so it can't be knocked down. But again, I don't know. I think it's offices or something now. It's no longer a car showroom, but it's been renovated since the 70s, so it looks quite good. They painted it bad colors, but the building looks to be in good shape. So this is one story where the building survived.
Ironically, I reckon you could put a good burger restaurant in there.
you could quite a large one as well.
Yeah, like a Byron or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, this is quite nice. This is a bit of this is kind of like Walt Disney Main Street chic here. This is
very well kept, and beautiful. Again, these car buildings from the 20s were, really first class. I mean, look at all that beautiful architectural detailing, all the ornamentation. Just you're never going to get anything as nice as this. And I quite like the. Oh, okay, you moved on.
Sorry, I can't stop laughing now. Sorry,
Yeah.
dude.
I was contrasting them. Yeah, there you go.
We can go back if you like.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Poor man's tires. I mean, a $20 tire. Yeah.
I'm quite into my Delta blues and my kind of that whole scene. They love the in the blues. It's always the Poe, just P-O, Poe man.
Yeah. At certain times of day, there is a black man sitting on a chair, sweating and playing the harmonica outside this place.
Yeah. Poe man.
Yeah. And this is, you're right. Yes, this is the South. It's Shreveport, Louisiana, 1982.
And I seem to remember there's such a thing as a po' boy. It's like a kind of pork sandwich or something.
Yeah, po' boy. Yeah. Yeah, and someone points out the bricks aren't even real, which they aren't. Yeah.
What have they put a wallpaper, like brick wallpaper?
Well, it was actually quite common in the 30s and 40s. It's made out of asphalt and tar. It's like tar paper, and it's imprinted to look like brick. And it was a sort of proto insulation that you could nail to the outside of your house. And obviously, it's seen better days in this case. But you still see it if you go around America. You will still occasionally see houses that have this asphalt paper finish on them. And it is, yes, it is literally just nailed to the outside of the house.
Cool.
Or shop in this case.
My gosh.
And if you go to the next one.
Poverty Motors.
Poverty Motors. I mean, at least there's honesty in there.
I mean, we think of America as being aspirational, but this is down the other end. This is like giving up just poverty. Like if you Poverty Motors. So
poverty Motors. Yeah, I like that there are no cars in the there's not even a car there. This is nothing.
Would you buy a car from Poverty Motors, do you?
No. Well, it depends on the car. Maybe if they got a.
They've even got the classic apostrophe. You know.
I was going to say they've got the misused apostrophe. Oh, they've got aircon there.
Yeah, they do have aircon, I suppose. And there's another one. I mean, fair play. They got it up there.
They got it up there. Monroe, Louisiana, by the way, folks. At some point, that probably fell. You know, at some point it's whatever parts of the automobile they've attached those rods to, it's going to rust through and fall.
Auto Salvage, Samson,
yeah.
Volume Wrecker. What's that then? Volume Wrecker.
This would be like Steptoe. This would be like, you know, they would be scrapping cars for iron. You know, get steel for recycling.
Any old iron, yeah.
Any old iron. Any old iron. Yeah, exactly. I like also on the roof there. You see racks with windscreens. You know, it's just for some reason they're up on the roof. I love that huge 70s. That a Buick in the front, parked behind a Volkswagen microbus. Just two vehicles that I quite like right there in the front.
Wonder if Samson is still there.
Oh, it's a Lincoln. Yeah, that's a Lincoln. Yeah. Samson,
that looks like it could have survived. I don't know why. I feel like Samson could still be in business.
It could be. I don't know. It's in Los Angeles. 81.
Okay.
Actually, people can look it up. 8103 South Alameda, Los Angeles, California, 1977.
It's probably called like El Samsoni or now.
Well, Samson may have been a Mexican even back then. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Something's telling me that the kind of fringes of the auto industry were even worse than the ice cream industry, because there's a notable poverty element to the tire men.
There is. Well, but you know, because there's so much you can kind of salvage off an old car. So yeah, there's going to be a market for very, very low end bits and pieces. Of course, this is something that our masters want to get rid of as well. I mean, at some point, you know, you're not going to, you know. I mean, we're already at the point where most people can't work on their car anymore. Like, automobiles are mostly too complicated. Everything is based on sensors and so much is controlled by the computer and by individual components that you can't really work on a car the way you could back then. I mean, some of my old cars I could go through and change every system on them, but it's not the case anymore. And at a certain point, you know, we don't even have petrol engines. So
people are saying Samson's is still there, by the way. So
no, yeah, amazing.
I had a sense.
Wow.
For some reason that looked like a keeper. You know,
it's still the car is still on the roof. That's good. I like that. I'm very happy to hear that.
But by the way, one of the things that we haven't talked about is that you can tell how long. We started the stream talking about the road as this American thing. How long these roads are to have like 1,824. That's a long street to have.
Yeah.
Almost 2,000 properties on a street anywhere is long, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, Alameda. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a big thoroughfare, and certainly Los Angeles is noted for its huge, wide boulevards, I suppose.
Still called Sampson's Street. Still going.
Great.
Maybe
Amazing.
I'll get an interview with the owner of Sampson's.
Yeah, find out what the Sampson's law is. I mean, fair play to them for hanging on all those years. I mean, that photograph was taken almost 50 years ago. So.
And the car's still up there.
And it's still there. Amazing.
That car's still up there.
Unbelievable. The fact that the building is still standing is amazing to me.
So, dine in or take away?
Yeah, how are you doing, Amy? I know we've been going. Are you all right?
Well, maybe this should be the last section. Maybe we may have to do we may have to push everything back and do a part 2. What do you reckon?
We didn't even get to 100 images yet. And there's so many good ones.
We'll have to do it. We'll have to do a part 2.
Yeah.
But let's do the dine in or take away to inspire my burger. Which
all right, and yeah, and well, we'll see.
Everybody's saying when's Farrah coming back? D has got like a really sinister plot to keep Farrah away from the show just by keeping this going now for another month. Yeah.
I would love the Farrah is certainly welcome to talk about these wonderful pictures. So, all right, dine in and takeaway. So this is just my lump category for miscellaneous restaurants.
Drive-in barbecue. Seen better days though, hasn't it? I mean,
it's certainly seen better days, but I mean it's quite nice. I mean, even in its faded state, that certainly has a lot of cachet. And barbecue in Chattanooga, Tennessee, is always welcome, I would suppose.
They do good barbecue in that belt of the. There's a lot of good stuff there, and of course they all argue over who has the best one. I was assured by a man in Oklahoma it's Oklahoma. So.
Oh yeah, which type of barbecue? I like all of them. So Kansas City, I like all of them.
The 1941 cafe. It's nice. Tasteful.
Yeah, with a crash Japanese, a kamikaze. Oh,
it's quite something, isn't it? Where is the actual cafe? I mean,
I don't know. The arrow is pointing over there. I mean it.
Oh, it's over there somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, I see like a storage unit and some commercial buildings. So this doesn't look like a great part of town. Where is it? It's in Lowell, Arkansas, 1984.
I mean, this is another really random element that we've not talked about, especially with the Route 66 stuff. But I'm guessing it's all over America. Just the idea that you'd have a cafe out here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's fucking nothing there, yet the 1941 cafe,
is
we're open every night, come in.
Yeah. Also, some of these places would have been situated. I mean, this may be the sort of industrial part of town, and there's lots of workers maybe who,
Yeah, it's set up for truckers and
truckers, or exactly. So, yeah, but the crashed, the crashed airplane is really. Yeah, people are saying the 9/11 cafe.
Yeah. Back to the hamburgers. Pizza, chicken, submarine.
Hamburgers. This is the Astrodome. The Astrodome Drive-In in Plattsburgh, New York. And the next photo, you can actually see it.
Oh, there it is, the Astrodome.
I mean,
they got root beer.
And they've got root beer. They've got a Gemini capsule on the on the roof.
Took a trip on your Gemini spaceship.
Gemini spaceship. You've also got the kind of almost the kind of geodesic, dome structure over it. It's got that space age feel. It is that category of future past. Like the sort of futurism of people from the 1950s. It's like, or it's like people, it's like reading like science fiction from the late 19th century.
Something's telling me that neighborhood's not it's a bit rough though. I mean, would you go there?
I would probably go there. The fact that it's next to a trailer, where possibly Jerry, because if you notice, it's Jerry's astronaut. Maybe Jerry lives in the mobile home. I'm also just whilst we're at this image, I just want to
just got an image of you rocking up in like red chinos and like a tweed jacket or something. Hello, can I have a milkshake?
Hello, good sir. Might I trouble you for a milkshake? Yeah, so I can actually read the menu quite clearly on here. So if you want to know, steak sandwich is $1.90. No, $1.40.
Do you know when it was taken? This picture?
It was 1978.
Right. Let's do
meatball sandwich with sauce. $1.40. Submarine sandwich, not $1.30. There's something called Michigan sandwich for 50 cents. I don't know what that is. Or actually, it just says Michigan 50 cents. I don't know what that is. French fries are 35 cents. Hamburger, large hamburger, 65 cents.
The prices today for $1. Anything that's $1 there would cost you $4.54 today. So
a $5-$6 sandwich almost. Chicken fillet, lettuce, tomato, and mayonnaise. Very minimal sandwich. No, not even any bacon. So 55 cents. A grilled cheese, half $1.
Pastrami on rye.
Pastrami on rye, corned beef on rye. Well, of course, this would be Plattsburgh, New York, so there's quite a lot of influence from certain cultures. Upstate New York is full of people with certain Levantine heritage.
Yes, indeed.
You'll get a lot of kosher foods.
I mean, I went to that famous one, Katz's Deli or whatever. There's some nice stuff there.
I don't know what Katz's is like now. It used to be really, really good. So it used to be when you went to the counter to order your sandwich, it was all old Jewish guys, like really.
Yeah, it was when I went.
They were still there. Okay, because
I was like, "What should I have?" He was like, "Schmaltz. Try the schmaltz." I was like, "Okay," and I had a chicken schmaltz, whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's rendered chicken fat with onions. It's delicious.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely.
I loved it. Yeah, the last time I went, it was like half sort of young Latinos behind the counter. So, but wonderful place. Anyway, where are we now? Oh, you've moved on.
Yeah, Benton's Cafe in Arizona. No, it says Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas are that way. Is that what it's trying to say? So it must be a different state.
No, it's in It's in Fabens, Texas. So I don't know, and you can see it. It's sort of mission architect. It's mission architecture. It's got the mission, where you put the bell. So it's sort of Adobe architecture. It's got a tiled roof, so it's certainly got the Texas feel.
I'm getting a bit of a flashback to the world's worst Mexican restaurant that I told you about before. I think that was near that place Tucumari, though. Literally, do you remember I showed it to you guys before? I
remember the worst Mexican restaurant. Yeah, coffee 15 cents, breakfast 96 cents.
This place looks quite nice as well. I'd go there. I'd actually go to this one because it's shaped like a teapot.
Yeah, well, this is another thing that John Margolies loved. Is he loved this type of architecture, like this sort of fantasy architecture, where they would like literally make a building, and they would make a duck, they would make a goose building or a teapot building. Yeah. So
And 1776 on the door. You see that? 1776.
yeah. Well, and that would have been because this photograph was taken in 1980, so that would have been a remnant of the bicentennial, which was heavily celebrated. Also, notice the signage: Mrs. Olson's Mountain Grown Coffee, live music, dance. I don't know where you would dance in there. Huge frozen mugs.
Huge frozen mugs. Yeah.
Spaghetti.
Yeah. Just get some spaghetti. Yeah, why not?
Some spaghetti
Had a
sandwich.
buck burger.
Buck burger. Meal on a bun. I like it.
Nice. I'd go there though. I'd definitely go there.
I would go there. I would bet this building is still there.
Yeah, I can't imagine that being knocked down or.
Yeah, it's probably still. It's Tacoma, Washington, 1980. So, I would think it might still be there. Who knows?
I do quite like it when places do the frozen glasses, though. I kind of like that practice.
I do that. I often put my, I have a weird thing where if I drink, soda pop,
still open, D. Bob's is still open.
It is. Is it still called Bob's?
Amazing.
Wow.
We need to do a trip, D, where we go to Bob's and then drive to Samson's to sell car parts.
Sell the car parts. Yeah, indeed.
Hello, is this Bob's? It's me, world famous artist, Mr. D. Hello.
Might I interest you in an AMC Pacer? Yeah. Oh, fuck off.
I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a burger today.
Yeah, it's probably Biden administration policy at this point.
Buddy's Steak Pit.
Buddy's Steak Pit in
Name
Salisbury.
was always Buddy.
And he'll strung an ass to stay, to smile like Twig the Wonder Kid. Buddy's Steak Pit in Salisbury, Massachusetts. Taken in 1995. Another late one. And I also love the sign. It says slush, small, medium, large, quart, and bucket. Bucket. I would like a bucket of slush, please.
Yeah, they do sell those. Like you can get. Have you seen the supersize?
Oh yeah,
Cokes and things. It is literally a bucket. I can't really see where you'd buy anything there. Is it out of that window?
It looks shut to me. Yeah. I don't know. Although the sign above looks quite fresh, but there's no way they're doing steak in there. This must be the. You know what? I bet it's in another building, and this is just the slush stand.
Yeah, I think they're slush in the car park and go around the back of the steak.
Yeah. Exactly. Root beer, watermelon, cherry, and pina colada. Strange.
Oh, look at this one.
I mean, is this not out of a film set? I mean,
this is a Wild West.
Yeah, this is like pure Wild West. Look at that. Look at the Coca-Cola. There it is.
That's been shut down a while. I would suggest.
I think it's been shut down a while. Yes. It's in Joplin, Montana. I know people who I know some people who recently moved there. Who maybe see if it's still there. Joplin. That seems familiar to me for some reason.
Somebody's saying in the chat, "I hate false fronts." What's the false front? Is that the name of this?
No, I think they're saying they don't like the big square facade put onto a gabled roof building. But I think it's normal for that type of architecture. I mean, This may literally be from the 19th century. This building.
When Coca-Cola this was clearly open in the 20th century due to the Coca-Cola. I think
that may have just
1895. I think they opened.
Yeah, I mean that may have been put on later on. I wonder if this building was actually built before. What does he say? He calls it a cafe. Joplin, Montana, 1987.
More Coke.
Campus Drive-In, home of the Stuffer.
That's obviously the name of a burger. That's a burger.
Yeah, it's
the Stuffer is a burger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
91. So, yeah.
Not sure about that Coke glass, to be honest. I like Coke in a glass.
Yeah, it looks a bit ersatz, that Coke glass. I don't like the modern Coke. I want to see the classic script logo on the glass. I would put root beer in that mug, not Coke.
I shouldn't tell this story, but yesterday I was putting together. AAA has moved out of her cot and into her own bed now. She was absolutely thrilled. I've never seen anybody so happy to go up to what we were calling her big girl bed. But
no longer in the prison of the cot.
As everybody knows, I don't like doing DIY stuff.
Oh no.
And I always get irritated if anybody tries to help me or if I get interference, and Mrs. A is a terrible backseat driver. But anyway, so it always results in some sort of row when I'm doing that, just bloody leave me alone. But anyway, I asked for a Pepsi Max and she brought it to me in a mug. And I'm afraid I had a bit of a diva meltdown when that happened. I was like, why? What is this? Why have you brought it in a mug? It's going to taste of coffee. So you can't use coffee. I mean, I actually, of course, like putting tea in a coffee cup. You can't do that either. I was upset about that.
Yeah.
So
justifiably so.
Oh, God. Cotton Patch Barbecue, brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to digest on that picture.
I should tell you at some point. I think I told you this over chat, but when I did Route 66, I had all these guides, and I'd planned all these places to go to, but like I would say like 1 in 2 like this, like closed down. And there was this one barbecue place that I had planned to go to, and they'd only like just shut down like 2 or 3 years prior. But the old couple who owned it was still living there, so we got invited in. We were there for about an hour, telling us about the history of this barbecue place that they'd run for 60 straight years, and basically the business ended because their kids didn't want to carry it on. It's quite sad, really. But it was kind of a fascinating hour of my life. I won't forget it. And they had all these pictures from back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s of like them in action in the kitchen and all that sort of stuff. So
it was kind of like sadly common story. Yeah.
But what it was obviously really special to these people. You think of these businesses like but it was like the true like mom and pop thing that they talk about, where they poured their heart and soul. It was their life's work. Was this, barbecue place they ran off the side of Route 66? So yeah.
Before we pass off of this image, I do like the phrase "burn light service." Burn. I've never heard that.
What does it mean?
It means I believe like turn on your headlights or flash your headlights.
Oh right, and then somebody would come out and give you a sandwich.
Yeah. Parking stall facing building. The other question I have, if anyone in the chat knows, what is a JoJo potato?
I was wondering that.
I've
not come across them.
I do a lot of cooking. I know a lot of American dishes. I don't know what a JoJo potato is. Never come across it. Crisp salad, barbecue ribs, French fried potatoes.
They've done something that slightly annoys me here on this menu.
Let me guess. Can I guess?
Yeah, you can guess if you'd like. Yeah.
Does it have to do with putting an E on the end of tomato?
No, although you've just spotted that. Is that just a spelling error? But basically, it is the putting extraneous adjectives on, like, so it's not just steak; it's a juicy steak or a tasty fish.
A crisp salad.
Just like, okay, fair enough if it's grilled cheese because you're telling us about how it was made, but some of them are just
hot dog.
Some of them are just adjectives. I'm not keen on
Yeah.
that.
Pizza pie. I like pizza pie. Has anyone said thick sliced potato fry with the skins on? Okay, all right, yeah. I'm trying to potato roast. Also, of course, the chef
Yes,
I mean,
that's a thirsty Benito gesture.
It's a thirsty Benito gesture, and also anyone in America, if you get an off-brand pizza, I mean, like not a pizza from a chain, but like a pizza from an ordinary shop, you will many times get a pizza box which has that chef doing
that chef right,
on it. Yeah, that is like that image came out of a book of stock illustrations. Yeah.
Do drop in.
do drop in, AA. Do drop in.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Do drop in. Okay, yes, do drop in.
Yeah, except it has two O's, and do with two O's, I've only ever seen in the connotation of, poo, dog do.
Yeah, that and so I also immediately thought of poo rather than drop in.
Yeah. I don't get it. I just do drop. I'm just thinking of taking my dog out and a poo dropping out of a bum. I don't understand. And also, that's quite a cursed pig mascot with like a weirdly lanky human body.
I think he's a pig. He's a little Italian man with a little moustache. I think, not a pig.
It's not a pig.
No, he's got a little Italian moustache.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's wearing a chef's hat.
It's the chef kiss. It's Thirsty Benito again.
Thirsty Benito.
Okay.
Yes,
I thought it was like another one of those pigs. Ugh.
Eat.
One of my favorite. Eat. Just eat.
Feed the fat boy. Yeah.
Just eat, pig. Eat. And also, I noticed that they've put netting over the sign to keep youths from throwing a rock at the neon.
Do you think that things will ever get so debased that they'll literally start feeding people in troughs like pigs, just kind of down there, like, it's feeding time, and everybody snuffles out, and
Well, you've got Aldi.
Yeah, so I was thinking, like the ups, like just the next step on from Aldi when idiocracy really hits, just feeding time. Oh, there's a Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, the classic Kentucky Fried Chicken from the 60s and 70s. I mean, they all of them look like this. You know how McDonald's, less in Britain, but certainly in America, that there was a standard look for all the shops. Like,
yes, yeah.
They had the architecture standardized. The decor was all standardized. Same with Kentucky Fried Chickens. Like, all of them look the same, and they all look like this.
I remember them being like this as well. It was a much nicer aesthetic. Much nicer aesthetic. I mean,
and of course, this is before the KFC days. Very heavy use of the Colonel Sanders. You notice they've got 4 Colonel Sanders on the little cupola.
Yeah.
They've got Colonel Sanders on the sign. They've got a big one on the side of the shop. They've got like a life-size one standing in the window.
Do you think the Colonel would have been happy about his business being so, let's just say, Lizzo-fied as it's become?
No, I no. Given his generation and where he's from, and the fact that he wore white wool suits, and that he was a Kentucky Colonel, I don't think he would have been happy. I mean, certainly he lived into the 80s, I think, or at least the late 70s.
He's a curious anachronistic character, actually. The Colonel. I would like
Yeah.
to know a bit more about him. Like, what's
Oh,
his whole
you
deal?
can. I actually have I have a book I picked up somewhere, which was like the autobiography of Colonel Sanders. But he's also, if you're interested, you can Google. So there's an old panel show in the US called "What's My Line," and there's another one called "I've Got a Secret." And he appeared on both of these shows. You can watch them on YouTube, and it's very interesting. It's a case of it's weird seeing a living person who became a fictional trademark. Like it's just very weird to see him like living and talking.
It's very odd that he was real living, breathing man.
And of course he looked and dressed exactly like that all the time. He was quite grumpy as well, by the way.
I'll just say I remember, because you didn't have Kentucky Fried Chicken very often when I was a kid, really. Well, not growing up in Wales anyway. But I remember the 1 or 2 times having it. It was a real treat to have it, because it wasn't like something you'd have every other week.
Indeed.
And it was a lot nicer. My memory of it as being a lot nicer than it is now.
100%. It used to be quite good. I mean, I love fried chicken. It's one of my favorite foods. Maybe mostly part of that. I caught a bit of the negrification, but I love fried chicken, and and certainly it was a lot better. I mean, it's been
they used to go on about their 7 spices or something quite a lot.
11 herbs and spices.
Yeah,
11 herbs, which I actually made a very concerted effort to figure out what they are, and you can actually look on the internet now. There's lots of websites that have purported to kind of figured it out. Someone bought a diary that came up for auction, which apparently used to belong to Colonel Sanders, which purportedly had the formula written in it. I don't know, but you can approximate it.
But it was. I can't like. It's very bready now compared to how it used to be.
It's very bready. It's very damp. It doesn't have the same. Yeah, it doesn't have the same crispness and quality. The quality of the chicken is much worse than it used to be. I know it used to be quite good, like really, really quite good. Because I remember eating it in America in the 80s. I mean, I was my parents weren't the sort who encouraged me to eat, fast food, especially from an American outlet like that. But when I had the chance, I don't think you're right. I don't think young people can conceive of the idea, but certainly when I was young, again, it was a treat. You didn't go to these places every day. When you went there,
I mean, it
was a special
my
thing.
experience was like just to go to McDonald's, that would, for me, it would be a trip to either Swansea or Cardiff, which you don't go to every day,
Yeah.
So that was always a massive treat. But then I don't even know where Kentucky Fried Chicken existed, but so that would just be like uber rare. It would be like, we did a trip to Gloucester once or something, or whatever it was,
Yeah, I don't remember one in Wales, certainly.
Yeah, but I think we went to one in the Isle of Wight. I want to say once, something like that, or on the way to the Isle of Wight. No, and I remember my mother was excited because she just didn't have them.
No, I remember them being quite a novelty when it opened up.
I mean, I got a little bit excited recently because somehow near me, Wendy's has cropped up as a Deliveroo option.
Right.
And there's not actually a restaurant. They just do it. They sell out at the back of a van. They sell out at the back of a van or something. Right?
Where does it come from?
But it is like actual Wendy's. And my mother had Wendy's when they were living in South Korea, I think, for a period.
Yeah.
And she always went on about how good Wendy's was compared to some of the others. And I have to say, their standard cheeseburger is quite good, or at least the one I can get from this, Deliveroo van. So yeah,
it's been. I mean, I've eaten Wendy's. It's been a long time, so I can't remember enough to say. It certainly used to be quite a quality establishment because I think the founder of it stayed very involved with it until his death. I think he was called Dave Thomas.
They have a very good what do they call it? That kind of burger sauce, the white sauce they put on.
Yeah.
It's not mayo. I think they just call it burger relish or burger sauce.
Right.
They've got a very special blend of that, and I don't know. There's a certain type of cheeseburger you get with they put the lettuce and the tomato. It's just a nice burger. It is a nice one.
I'll have to try it again because it's been a long time. I also remember they do a sort of milk. They have like their own milkshake that's like extra thick or something. Called. Oh, and they sell chili as well. Yes, Wendy's chili is a big menu item.
Yeah, and they do they like baconator fries and all this sort of thing. But if I ever have a milkshake, I won't have chips. That's my trade-off.
Okay.
Just because it's too much, It's just too.
As I said, it's just. I think the shake with the fries and burger is just a bit too much. Yeah. Although I'll eat it. I mean, if I'm gonna go all out with these. Last word on Kentucky Fried Chicken. It was definitely much better at a certain time. They also, I believe, changed the frying medium, which I think was originally peanut oil, and of course
that makes sense.
It was changed to soya oil or rapeseed, or canola as they call it. It's pressure fried, which means it's fried under pressure, so they can do it very fast, and that contributes to its quality. But yeah, I don't know exactly. It was certainly once it became KFC, and it became like part of there was a time where when you would see them in America, well, probably elsewhere as well, it would be like coupled with another. It would be like Pizza Hut KFC.
I don't know why it is, but in this country they became quite dominant in like service stations and things like that. But I don't know. I've never known a brand go from like thinking of it as quality to literally just like
rubbish.
Like to me, out of McDonald's, Burger King, and KFC, it's the third of it's just scabby. There's something scabby about it now. So
and they really didn't used to be. I mean, McDonald's burgers were never great, but the fries were good. But they stopped frying them in beef tallow in the 90s to appease the Hindus and the vegetarians. So.
Yes, I will say on the subject of Wendy's, they do a good milkshake as well. There.
Wendy's, I was saying. I think it's called. I looked it up. It's called the Frosty.
Yes, good. They're good.
The Wendy's milkshake. Yeah. Oh, poor KFC. Anyway.
Dairyland. There we go. Is that actually in New York, Coney Island, or?
No, it's in Aspen Park, Colorado.
Oh, right. Okay.
Don't know why they call it Coney Island. Sailing over Coney Island. Twinkle,
I'd go there.
twinkle,
I'd go there. Would you go there?
Yeah.
I'd get a hot dog there.
It looks a bit. Look at the state. Look at the ground around it. It's mess. It's like in a.
I know, but I'd still.
And it's pink. It's got like green gravel on a pink. All right, fair enough.
I mean, it's not ideal, but I'd still go there, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, as someone said in the chat, Coney Island is famous for hot dogs, but for some reason,
that probably explains it.
Yeah,
I will say, I don't know if it's a generic brand, but that Nathan's hot dog up in Coney Island is nice. Really
yeah.
nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm not big on hot dogs, by the way, but I did like that Nathan's thing.
If they're all beef, I think I like hot dogs a lot, but I don't like them if they're pink slime.
Another shot of Dairyland.
Another shot of Dairyland. Yeah.
Coney Island Grill.
Coney Island Grill in Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah. That's a proper long hot dog. I like it.
Bet you anything Ric Flair went there once upon a time. Because that's his backyard, Charlotte, North Carolina. Probably picked up a groupie and shagged her in the what's it called? The Notel Motel.
The Notel Motel. Yeah.
Took it to Space Mountain. Yeah.
Someone in the chat mentioned Hebrew National. Yeah, there's a brand of hot dogs and they're all beef, and they're called Hebrew National. I remember they had it. There's an old advert that you can find on YouTube where they say Hebrew National, we answer to a higher authority, and then there's like a clap of thunder and lightning, because they're
Is that why the Nathans are beef? Because
because of
they
the
don't eat
kosher
pork.
because of the
I didn't
kosher
know
thing.
that.
Yeah.
I suppose it makes sense.
It's a much better hot dog, but the Nathans are better than the Hebrew National.
I don't think I'd buy the Hebrew National. Just out of like, I don't know. I don't know. I'd just be put off from it by it. No, it's weird though. It's I've got a book here that is about. It's called The Rise and Fall of Civilizations: Lessons for the Jewish People.
Oh.
And it's like, oh, I feel like this is not for me.
No.
I you feel like you're being excluded from it because it's part of their own like special thing.
Exactly. It's not for you.
And the Hebrew National will give me the same feeling. That it's like, well, this doesn't seem like it's for me, Anyway.
Yeah, bugger
off. like a cursed munch bunch or something.
Yeah, I like the angry bowl of chili or soup or whatever it is.
Is that a kebab on the left? I've never seen a walking, talking shish kebab before.
It is a kebab. It is a shish kebab. Yeah, I don't know what the female one in the middle is. Is that like a burrito? A burrito? An egg roll?
I figured it was like a sweet potato or something, but now you're saying I don't know.
I think it's a burrito. Yeah, Jillik says that's what it reminds me of as well. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
Sorry to mention this, but on the subject of burritos, do you know that's basically what made Lizzo famous? Was her eating burrito?
Why did you know that word is forbidden?
Well, she ate it in the wrong way because she eats it from the middle rather than from the top or the bottom like any normal person. And obviously when she put this video out on the internet, it just generated millions and millions and millions of people just saying, "What the fuck are you doing? Eat the burrito normally." So even the way she became like viral and famous is kind of cynical in a way, because it's like, I mean, any YouTubers out there, if you make videos, just make one small mistake and you'll kind of like quadruple your engagement, maybe even increase it by 10 times. If you make a massive mistake, you'll probably, I mean, it's hate clicks, but you're still probably getting like, I mean, I've done this by accident, back when I did lots of videos and things. You make some tiny error. I made one recently by accident when I put the picture of Thomas More instead of Thomas Cromwell, and I was like, oh shit. But then like half the comments were just saying that's More, not Cromwell. I was like, oh yeah, it's a stupid mistake to make, but obviously it's increased the engagement, so that video probably did better than it would have if I hadn't made the mistake. So yeah, I'm just saying that there's a kind of like there's a really shit way that you can become famous these days, which is
that certainly explains your behavior of late.
So
let's all go to the lobby. Remember that American woman who made those videos? She'd make like fish and chips and it was like she put like a Diet Coke and like crushed crackers as breadcrumbs. Like it was as if she was cooking badly just to make people angry.
I know. I'm not familiar with this woman.
She showed everyone how to make British tea, and she did it in the microwave.
Yeah, I can imagine that went like super duper viral through hate clicks.
Oh yeah, people do that. It just made people so angry that
Yeah, I reckon you could probably do an experiment. Do you just set up an anonymous Twitter account and just post wrong things like like pineapple on pizza or whatever, and just you probably become a huge account just annoying everybody for doing things wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean people. There was a thing where people would make these viral like videos just trying to make people angry. Like eating Kit Kats, like taking a bite out of the side of a Kit Kat And
Oh,
just to annoy people. Yeah. Oh.
We used to go to this place where we'd get a Kit Kat, get a cup of tea, and then try to drink the tea through the Kit Kat. Do you ever do that? That was a
No.
that was something that we used to do. Didn't know, it was like a fad for a while in the mid-90s.
So
This looks quite nice.
This is a Howard Johnson. So this was a chain, and it was a very successful and famous restaurant. I think started in the 1950s literally by a man called Howard Johnson. If you remember the Mel Brooks film Blazing Saddles, there's a character called Howard Johnson. But anyway, yeah, the Hojo's. But yeah, this was a very iconic. I don't know if they're still about. Certainly the quality isn't what it was. It was known to be quite high quality. He was quite exacting in terms of keeping the chain up to high standards. In fact, for about 10 years, the executive chef for the Howard Johnson's Corporation was Jacques Pepin, who's a very well known French.
This is like
cook.
a kind of a Philadelphia aesthetic, isn't it? It's kind of the Liberty Bell or whatever.
Yeah, it's got that sort of colonial America kind of thing. So, but yeah, the orange roof and the cupola and such. It was quite well known. There was also one in Times Square in New York for like 50 years. That was right on right in the middle of Times Square, where it was a good place to eat. You could go there at 3 a.m. and have coffee and
looks nice though. Well,
yeah. Sadly, I think gone.
Lots of people are freaking out. How do you drink Kit Kat? How do you drink tea through a Kit Kat? With great skill. That's how.
Great skill.
Quality barbecue, Jenkins.
Jenkins. This is another one of those cases of a very old building, probably from the 1920s, sort of housing a later business. Right, the Coca-Cola sign
looks tiny again, doesn't it? I'm surprised that they can squeeze some of these businesses into these.
Quite small. I did look into this, and Jenkins they're still operational, although not in this building. They've moved to larger premises, so apparently still operational. Also, I quite like that you can see in the back that there's wood. They've got wood stacked up, so they're probably actually doing the barbecue with wood, which is good. Wood is good, Jerry. It's the wood that makes it good.
I told you about that log lady. Bumped into you.
Log lady.
Oh, hold on. I pressed the wrong button there. I've got. Oh my God, look at the Jewel Diner.
Yeah. Again, I can't tell. It's not open, is it?
I think that one's closed down. I think.
Yeah. Doesn't look operational.
That one, yeah. That's got a tiny bit of that whole New England vibe about it as well. Kind of.
Yeah. Except it's in Mullen, Nebraska. There you go. I like it has a dining room as well. The Jewel Diner and the Jewel Diner dining room.
Would you order your food in the diner and then go and sit in the dining room to eat?
I guess so. Although I would want to sit. Surely there's a counter in the diner, and I would want to sit at the counter.
It's probably table service, wasn't it?
Table service in the dining room.
Yeah, table service and bar, I guess.
Maybe. Probably not.
Dine in your car.
Yes, a very, very popular trend, certainly in the 1950s and 60s, was the drive-in, where you would pull up and a woman or a car hop or a young man would come out and take your order and then bring it back in a tray, which then sometimes they would have like a clip, so you clip it to the side of your car door, and you would sit there and listen to your radio and eat your food. I'm
generally unhappy about in-car eating. I feel feel like the smell stays around. I would.
Well,
I always eat in as opposed to in the car if possible. If
yeah,
there's ever an
but I mean, the
option.
whole aesthetic of this was, and also you would be, and also as shown by the sign, you would be in a big American convertible.
Yes,
car.
probably open air. And would they show a movie or is that?
No,
they
not
wouldn't tie it in.
not at these sorts of things. No, you would just park around the place, and but they were quite popular. Yeah, I think that there's a chain now. I can't remember what it's called. That sort of tried to revive the drive-in restaurant, and I think the car hops were roller skates. Sonic, yes, Sonic. That's what it's called. So they still sort of do that, I suppose.
I remember we went past an old drive-in movie place. There's only 13 miles of Route 66 in Kentucky, but I seem to remember that in the middle of that 13 miles, there's some drive-in movie place where there used to be a cinema. So,
well, I've got there's a whole section later on of drive-in cinema. So, but these are drive-in restaurants. No film.
no, I had one of these frozen custards in Ted Drew's in St. Louis, which I never tire of telling Radlib because he's from around that area. Have you ever had a frozen custard?
I have, of course.
They're all right. They're quite nice.
Yeah. Yes. Certainly. And of course, if you go to France, that's when you get ice cream. That's all they do. They do custard-based ice cream. So
this one looks quite nice, to be fair. I mean, comparatively, apart from the greasy car park, as we've talked about.
Yeah, the greasy car park. But yeah, sodas 70 cents. Looking at the prices there. Cones prices 36 cents. The most expensive cone is 89 cents. So amazing.
This one looks less inviting. You could say plate lunches, home cooked food.
Short orders, breakfast, lunch, dinner, quick orders to go pick up here. I mean, this is be a very utilitarian cafe, Yeah.
Something tells me that one. I don't know. This is one of the places I may not go to. Probably wouldn't go. I probably wouldn't go to this one, to be honest.
I would probably.
Porky's.
Porky's has seen better days.
It's definitely seen better days, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like that one's that's closed down now. I think Porky's, hasn't it?
Oh, it's closed down in this picture.
In the picture I'm talking about, yeah.
84. Yeah, I mean it's gone to Porky has gone to seed. I mean you can see that his sign is has fallen apart.
Did it open in the 1920s though? Because he's a very 1920s looking pig.
He's got the top hat and tie. He's stealing the Mr. Peanut aesthetic. Oh God. I'm going to send you a tub of grease for that chair.
Yeah, I keep on wanting to pick up some WD-40.
Yeah, get some grease rather. WD-40. Yeah, it's not the greatest lubricant. Some oil or grease. Anyway, Regiones Malta Inn. So this is the classic Italian ice cream salesman has started a shop.
On our baked Italian bread, fountain service, very nice.
Fountain service. I like it, of course, the inverted commas on our baked Italian bread. Our. And also I like the misuse of, so that the underneath it says hearty breakfast, which of course I think they mean hearty. But they've put hardy.
People telling me I need 3-in-1 oil for this chair. The hell's that?
Yes, 3. It's just like sort of general purpose machine oil. Yeah, and it works much better than WD-40 because WD-40 it will dry up. It's just not really a good lubricant. So,
I see.
yeah, you can get a small bottle of just general purpose machine oil and it'll work better for you, or some lithium grease. Try that.
The scare quotes around R is a bit odd.
Yeah, as I just said.
What's the purpose of the?
Well, that's what I said. On our baked bread, our inverted commas. And I don't know if you heard me because you don't seem to listen to me. But hearty breakfast, yeah, instead of hearty, hardy. So you could.
I mean, they're playing into the hardy pioneer idea.
I know, but
the American.
Yeah,
it should be hearty. It should be hearty.
I think they just misused. I just think they misused it. Hearty breakfast. I don't think breakfast is hearty. And that box there, it's quite frozen. It's quite faded, but ready packed cubes. And I see the word pizza, but it's very hard to read because it's so faded away.
30 cents the pizza was, so you could probably work out with inflation when those 30 cents pizzas were being sold.
Good lord! This picture was 1978.
Yeah, but I reckon that was like good 20 years before then. The pizza.
Oh yeah. And the next picture shows you the whole place, which has seen better days.
I think it was still open though, wasn't it?
No. There's boards over the windows.
No, I thought they keep those boards to keep it keep the windows from being smashed in.
No.
There's something hanging up in the window. Look. Somebody's put his coat up there or whatever.
No, I think it's gone.
They've sold tons. They've sold millions.
They sold tons and millions. Tons.
Yeah.
They sold tons of hot dogs and
millions of their famous Regi subs.
Yeah, sausage, peppers, and onions. That sounds good to me. Look, finest.
They're still bunting on the entrance. Look, they're still open. I'm telling you.
No, the bunting is to keep you from going in. The bunting is literally. I think it's got the finest ever made. The first prize Frankfurters.
Some bright spark will be able to figure out when Regi's closed down versus when this picture was taken.
Yeah, find out. This was 78, and it doesn't look like it's in great shape.
Steele's Country Kitchen.
And I like that the hen has laid a bunch of Dr. Pepper logos.
People are saying I'm coping about it. But maybe you're right. Maybe it is shut down. I thought it looked open. Stewart's air-conditioned diner.
I mean, look at the size of that place.
That's a big one. Did some mean trucker business, Stewart's.
Indeed, air-conditioned. That's close up.
Still open? No, that's definitely still open. Come on. It's got
1984. Yeah, it's still open. I mean, again, Margolies tended to take these pictures early in the morning, so this type of place would have been shut.
Yeah, and what happened is Regi's wasn't open yet, and when they open, they those wooden slats, they kind of lift them up by, I don't know, they take them off.
Oh no! It's Miller time, AA. It's Miller time.
There was a lot of that, by the way. That when I did Route 66, there was still a lot of that. It's Miller time stuff everywhere.
I know.
It must be quite a big campaign, that one.
Yep.
Another TP drive-in.
A sign that would cause a race riot today, I'm sure. small Indian. I like the aesthetic vinage growing up the sign.
I feel like the TP drive-in is gone as well.
I think it may be gone. Yeah.
Just because I feel like they'd maintain these signs a bit better if they were still open. And I think Sammy's Seafood House is gone. I mean, it's for sale for one.
Yeah, for sale. Yeah, it doesn't look. I mean, if it were open, I wouldn't eat seafood there. I'll tell you that.
Tower truck stop.
Truck stop. This is quite unique sign. You see the Coca-Cola thing at the top. That would have originally swung back and forth like an inverted pendulum, which is
What is that? A lollipop? Is a
clever.
Coca-Cola?
Yeah, it's a Coca-Cola
Oh yeah. I can see it now.
thing.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
see it.
it would have tick-tocked back and forth in better days.
American and Korean food.
So this is a classic. This would be a classic American diner architecture, from the 30s, 40s. The sort of aluminium sided, streamlined diner, but again gone to seed. A lot of these,
Taken over by
just,
Koreans. Rooftop
yeah,
Koreans.
or they just disappeared. Yeah, Korean food. Probably not long. I can't imagine it survived. But I also like that they've put the doormat, just laid it on top of that bush.
Don't know. They can do a mean trade on those bao buns. They've become quite ubiquitous over the past few years.
I suppose.
What is Korean food like? Bulgogi? Is that Korean? I feel like
Yes, yeah, it's quite good. Salantang and
they do some like there's some good like there's quite a lot of Korean food which is basically just fast food, like the bao bun and the
it's wonderful food there. Yeah, wonderful food there.
I love these this style of diner as well. We haven't seen that many of them.
No, I've got the next bit here at the end is at the end of this section is a lot of these diners and cafes. Oh,
is that still in business then? Because there's a car there.
Well, the
or is that John? Is that the photographer's car? Maybe.
I don't think so, because he was very careful never to. In fact, he would sometimes ask people to move their vehicles. So I don't think it's him. I think this is another case where someone lives in there.
Right, it's the business is shut down, but they still live in there. Right?
Yes, someone lives there. I mean, there's a sort of remnants of rose bushes around it. I think that's an actual dining car, or I think that's an actual railroad car that has literally been encrusted into this building.
Yes,
they did that
around it.
Yeah, they did. They frequently did that. You do still occasionally will see old where they've turned a railroad car into some sort of like a diner or something. So
straight. I mean, I'm guessing it started in there and then they built the building around it.
Yeah, probably built around it. Yeah, this was 1976, and it's in Welton, California. So people are welcome to look it up. It doesn't seem to have a name. It just says chicken dinners and breakfast. But I don't. Let me see if is there a name. No, chicken barbecue restaurant. It doesn't actually have a name.
Oof. This is for sale as well. They've just closed down.
I don't think they just closed down.
Well, they've struggled to sell it for the past 10 years.
Yeah, I mean,
looks quite nice though. Looks like it would have been.
You could fix that. You could fix that up. Yeah. I like to think somebody bought. These you can actually even move them. You can buy it and move it to a different location. So.
Miss Bellows Falls booth service.
Yep.
Another
little diner, and this one gave me quite a start, because if you zoom in, there are like there's like old people. There's people in there. There's like
I can see the old
pensioners there.
Yeah.
Eating at Miss Bellows in Bellows Falls, Vermont.
Lowell's.
Yeah, didn't fare so well, I'm afraid. It's oddly kind of stuck to the side of a traditional house, which of course has no windows left. But
Yeah, the house is run down as well.
Yeah, this is Highland Park, Michigan. So this will be in the Detroit area.
Oh yes, okay. You could probably pay
so
£1 to buy it or whatever.
I know, yeah. And I like the slogan "Host to the Town."
Bangs. Oh look, they sell those malts. I love the malts.
They do sell them.
This could be Zooey Deschanel's place.
It's not
It's a
Zooey.
bit of a callback.
Is it still? I think this may be operational. I'm not particularly inspired by the pile of rusting junk.
Yeah, there's like a kind of Steptoe's yard next to it.
Next to Bangs. Bangs.
I still go there though. I would go there.
Yeah.
I can see that it was at 19 cents at one point. Is that well? It's pretty silly to put prices up on those signs because they're going to change, you know. So.
They're gonna change, right? Yeah. Or you could just wait for them to like fade away. Right. And look what it is. It's Bob's Java Jive again.
Is this the same place or a different one?
It's the same place, except this is an earlier picture from the one we saw. So this is 79. I think the one we saw was 1980.
Right.
You see this? See the 1976.
It was 1776 before, though. D. It's moved.
Well, it
200.
says no. It says this is the other side. So
I
says
see.
1776 on the left and 1970 because it was a bicentennial.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Right.
And they had cabaret there, which I can't imagine having a cabaret in there. But
yeah, this one's still going. They all said earlier on. So
still going. And I like the hours. It's Monday 11:30 to 6 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday 11:30 to 12 p.m. Friday 11:30 to 2 a.m. Saturday 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday peace, man. Love.
Very nice. Don't work on Sundays.
No. And then last off in this section is a whole collection of these tiny little cafes.
The Canton Cafe, was that a Chinese cafe? Is it or Canton?
No, I think it's
yeah. Look, chop suey. Look.
Oh, it is Chinese. Oh, it's Chinese, American and Chinese food. Yeah, there you go.
Do you know, when I was a kid, I always loved the idea of the eating the Chinese out of those boxes that they have in America.
Yes,
you don't get that here.
No, they don't have them in the UK for some reason. And there's a sign: we will close April 1st and reopen May 1st.
Must be some Chinese reason for that.
Yeah.
Hamburger Castle. Not much of a castle, is it, to be fair?
Not much of a castle. I mean, again, these tiny little microscopic places. I don't think it's operational, but...
Where would you sit in there, even? You'd have to just buy it out the window and take it off somewhere.
I think there's a small counter. I think that, again, this is like a workman's cafe, you know, or you take it, you know, to go. There's probably a counter with like 3 stools at it.
The Hoot Owl Cafe. I mean, that owl is looking troubled.
Slightly troubled, isn't it? Yeah, just so small. It's got some cultural enrichment on the sides of it, I noticed.
Yes.
Southgate, California. This could still exist, but maybe not. The picture's from 1977, so. What do you think? Would you go to the other cafe?
I would. I think I'm getting put off by the curtains, to be honest. Something about the curtains.
There is something quite sinister about the curtains. Yeah.
Again, I just look at those curtains. I think I could get shot in there. So, you know. Or I could, even worse, be like kidnapped, put down the basement, tortured by the weirdo son. Terrible. Isn't it terrible what movies do to your head?
Terrible what cinema has done. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I like this kind of stone. It's like a pile of stone. Yeah.
The lunchbox.
Lunchbox. Again, one of these quite utilitarian cafes.
Can you imagine how many different places Margolies at? I'm guessing that after taking the picture, he went and had his lunch in one of these places. You know.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he ate in a lot of these places. You know, how many miles he logged? You know.
He is just calling me crazy. All right, you go and eat in bloody L&M's cafe then. I mean, come on.
I'll go if someone goes with me. How about
that? Tom's Cafe.
Yep. Last but not least, Tom's Cafe.
Isn't that the one from Seinfeld? Isn't that called Tom's?
That one is called Tom's, but not the same one.
It's not the same one.
It's a very strange collection of architecture.
It's a narrow.
Tom's is, you know. Again, I also like the idea of just someone living above like one of these cafes.
It's odd, and clearly that sign is a lot newer.
Yeah,
you know, they've got a new. Is that still open then, or? Because that looks shut as well, but
it's hard to say. It's hard to say, and certainly people can look and see if the building is still there. It's at 2181 Manchester, Los Angeles, California.
It look. You see on the side there where that bit of the wall is patched up.
Yeah.
It looks like that's where the menu would have been.
Oh, it could be. Could be.
And I mean, I could be wrong with that.
Yeah.
People are now writing sketches of you and years going to the L&M to go. All right. So.
All right. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going almost 4 hours, D. You know. And there's been super chats. Oh my gosh.
There have been super chats. I hate to say this. I don't want to say this, but we've gotten through 134 of the slides. There are 403 slides. So if we do a part 2, we're going to have to pick up. Do people want a part 2?
Yeah, well, we'll have a vote on it.
Okay.
Part 2. Yes.
I mean, some of the best images are yet to come.
So we put. I mean, Pharaoh is sending all his minions in. No, come on.
Pharaoh.
We've been. All right. Spasticus Autisticus says part of the aesthetic appeal of decay, in my opinion, is how it evokes the futile but unending battle of humanity against nature, time, and entropy. It's a battle we're doomed to lose, but fight as it is our nature. Yes, I mean and also the futility of trying to put your stamp on the world, but the world kind of claims it back in a strange way. Nature has its revenge. Yep. Kodachrome Records says, "No, go on, D.
And it happens very quickly. I mean, you know, again, people don't realize, you know, how quickly, like if you leave a building, how quickly it will begin to fall apart and be reclaimed. And certainly modern buildings, you know, within 10 years there will be noticeable degradation, and certainly, you know, I mean, this magical world of ours is only maintained, and as it has always been, only maintained by constant surveillance. And society is the same way. The minute you slip and you let things degrade, they will degrade faster than you can possibly imagine, as we have seen.
91% D say yes.
Based.
There we go. Kodachrome Records says, struggling with the idea of modern culture existing. Anything I think of when I think of American culture is corporate owned. If merchants own the culture, is it really culture? Am I just ignorant? I don't think so. I mean, there's a phrase by the historian Fernand Braudel that I really like, which is the structures of everyday life. And even though we've been looking at a lot of this stuff in its decayed state, and apart from the motivations of Margolies, who, you know, was trying to take people out of it and stuff, to me this is a kind of record or a remnant of some genuine structure of everyday life, which is what real normal people do.
Yep.
And in a way, the corporate culture is somewhat imposed and artificial always. And I think one of the tragedies of American culture that has happened really is the extent to which they've used that mechanism of the fake artificial layer to try to almost like redefine what America is. I saw a very interesting stat the other day, actually. Talking about lizardification or whatever, which is Trevor Noah.
You're roboting a.
Oh, it's because I opened something. Can you hear me now?
Still roboting a bit.
Can you hear me? No, it's because I opened something.
Still doing it. Still roboting.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry,
we heard most of it. We heard most of it. Yeah. So.
I opened something and it always does that. But yeah, basically it was a stat that that Trevor Noah character who took over the Jon Stewart show, when he took it over, a huge number of Americans watched that show. Now, despite like relentlessly being pushed, I think something like 390,000 people watch that show versus like millions back in the Jon Stewart era. So it just goes to show you, how the limits of hard astroturfing that they attempt, because Trevor Noah is not funny. He's not talented, never has been. And he's just a straightforward diversity hire, as everybody knows. So,
yeah. And, the astroturfing works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't, But I think it's very important people remember that almost everything we've seen, with the exception of a few, like the McDonald's and Hardee's and such, but almost everything we've seen was an individual effort of one person or a family to create a business and employment for themselves and sustenance, and was part of a community, would have been known and familiar to the community. Almost all of these things were again the individual efforts of Americans, and this spirit has slowly and then more quickly recently been wiped away, or they've certainly made great attempts to wipe it away. I mean, COVID, think of all of the businesses like these that were destroyed by the COVID nonsense. And that's what they want. That's what the corporate types on both sides of the political aisle in America, that's what they want.
The destruction of the kulaks, in other words.
Yes.
Yes, the eunuch says, I've been a driver for many years, professionally and recreationally. I've seen this country coast to coast. There's a deep beauty and a rich pathos in America, which is why I boldly fight for it, to survive and thrive. I believe the United States are an extension of Europa, and I want us all to have a great future together. I hope and pray we can. Racial solidarity with ethnic sovereignty. And a little white heart. Swick says, the land survey systems laid out throughout the US in the 19th century laid the foundations for the development of the road networks of the 20th century. Theodore Tugboat says, when I was 21, 7 friends and I bought a van for $500 and drove from Seattle to Mississippi via the north. On the way back, we went through the south. We broke down a few times, and the locals were always happy to help us in random towns. Nearly 6,000-mile road trip. I love my country deeper for it. Spasticus Autisticus says, new guessing game, Route 66 or Pripyat? I don't know what Pripyat is.
Pripyat is the town where Chernobyl is.
Narco Republican says, can we have Mr. D's expert opinion on these two pictured here? The one on the left is one of the greatest misogynists ever. I'm not familiar with these fellows.
I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. I'm looking at my tiny, waiting for my browser to update so I can see it larger. I don't know. No, I don't recognize him. But I mean, I'm looking at a tiny postage stamp of an image. Don't know.
Darth Calhoun says, in my hometown, Dixon, ND, there was a burger. No, Dickinson, ND. Where's that? ND.
North Dakota.
North Dakota. There was a burger. See, if it's not a wrestling town, I struggle. And I don't think that there's much wrestling in the. They did have wrestling in the Dakotas, but it wasn't like it wasn't a hotbed.
Whose territory was that?
Trying to think of who ran the Dakotas. I'd have to get back to you on that. It's just not a big wrestling area.
No.
There was a burger place called Dairy Barn. It was a better Dairy Queen with a farmstead aesthetic. I went back a year ago and it was torn down. I was so sad. So there we go. Yeah, I mean, I saw many businesses that had closed down. So and it was sad but I only got to meet the owners of one. In that pork place, and it was their whole life. So, yes. Thomas Gann says, slightly related, but mostly at D, US voting is critical this year because the Dems responded to Roe by putting plebiscites on the ballots. For example, Missouri Prop 3 puts 9-month abortion in the Constitution. Did you know that?
I'm not surprised. I know that they've tried that in a number of places. I didn't know about Missouri specifically, but oh yeah, and I'm afraid that you're probably going to lose it. They're going to prevent. They're going to as we saw, they will do everything possible to prevent any mistakes happening again. So we'll see. But I'm afraid the abortion is an ever more losing battle, even in America, which is sad to say. But they've had a hold on an education and indoctrination for many years, and maybe I'm wrong. I remain optimistic, but maybe and I think he's right. Certainly in these elections where it's a state election, and there's state ballot measures, it does make a difference. That's a more local thing. So hopefully it'll go well and people will we'll get out there if it's needed.
I don't think anybody ever ran Dakota, wrestling wise. I'm just quickly having a look, and just don't think it ever had a scene there.
It's very sparsely populated, more now, but certainly in the past, it's a quite unpopulated area. So
yeah, it probably figures that nobody ever really, not a good gate for them.
Indeed.
Escalating Entropy says, I attended a Bob Dylan painting exhibit last year in Miami. He apparently got obsessed with painting during the pandemic, and they were all roadside American themed. He's actually a very good painter. Yeah, he's been into painting for quite a number of years.
Many years, and he's done that. Yeah, he's done that for years. I mean, apparently when he goes on his tour dates, he paints local attractions and sites quite frequently. So
Escalating Entropy says the modern day Route 66 is driving on I-90 through South Dakota, especially if you go through the Sturgis bike rally. They have all kinds of bizarro stuff along the way in that state, in Nevada as well. Yizlinux says, to put America into size perspective for non-Americans, I live on the side of Tennessee. The capital, Nashville, is in the middle, and Memphis is on the opposite side when going 60 to 70 miles per hour. On the interstate, it takes me 5 hours to get to Nashville, nearly 10 hours to get to Memphis. Long single drive I made without a rest was a 31-hour haul from Virginia to Arizona.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it makes what John O'Groats to Land's End seem like a hop, skip, and a jump away. I mean, you're right. I mean, and, try driving through. I mean, you drive through from some of these states, like, I mean, certainly Texas, which is massive, but even driving from like northeastern New York to the coast, it's just you wouldn't, people from smaller countries, especially people from Ireland, like we are. It's inconceivable till you've done it.
Yeah. Memphis, by the way, had a massive wrestling territory, and I think Nashville had its own office at one point as well. So it really depends on what state you were in. I think that Tennessee had a number. There's Smoky Mountain Wrestling down there as well. Using Unix says that there was a territory called Smoky Mountain at one point. Yes, the Unix says the do on the hotel sign was most likely because of something romantic song style that was popular in the mid-century called doo-wop.
Could be.
Yeah, could be doo-wop. The Holocron record says we are drive-in cinemas here. I go to a 50s style burger joint beforehand and watch some old films. I was born in the wrong generation. Darth Galoon says in North Dakota there was a chain pizza place called Happy Joe's. It was a kids' pizza place with games that you earn tickets to purchase prizes. It has the best pizza in the state, hands down.
Oh.
We're learning a lot about Dakota, aren't we?
Yeah.
The Holocron, or North Dakota specifically, right? The Holocron record says, I was deeply upset about COVID shutting down so many places, but I never considered that they were replacing culture and not just small businesses with corporatism, given me something to think about. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Sam153. It's been a while since he super chatted and he sent £25. He says, I see a place where people get on and off the freeway all day and all night. Where Toontown once stood will be a string of gas stations, inexpensive motels, restaurants that serve rapidly prepared food, tire salons, automobile dealerships, and wonderful billboards reaching as far as the eye can see. My God, it'll be beautiful. Well, thank you very much, Sam153. It means so much.
It means so much. Reminds me of, that photograph that gets passed around all the time to illustrate every article about like ugly, uglification of architecture and urban sprawl. That picture of like where it's like, it's like petrol stations and a subway and all of that. Very common, those. Very, very common, those places.
C123 says, it's kind of, I call it, it's kind of like nowhere. It's like, I called it blight on my Route 66 trip, where you just get miles and miles of it. It's just blight, urban blight.
And a lot of it springs up around, as someone mentioned, the entrance and exit ramps for the highway system. You just get these places, in the middle of nowhere, where they have these off ramps. There will be, as he said, petrol, food,
Yeah, but in the case of LA, it never ends, D.
Oh, well then, yeah, exactly.
It literally is just like, when is LA going to start? Oh, this is it. Just fucking endless lost, like, shopping mall lots. And it's like, oh, right. Oh, yeah, there's the Chinese theater and there's Hollywood kids. Oh, right. Okay. All right. And then
it just piddles out for hundreds of miles. Yeah. It's not like New York City where, it's all like contained on kind of islands and it's bordered by rivers and such. I mean, just, LA just, it fades in and fades out over a very long distance.
Day in.
Day out.
That's a never let me down track.
Oh my goodness.
C123 says, need to do a right-wing reading of Cars 2006 next. He says, I'm here and ready to be cozy. Hail Putla. Chris Brymer says, don't mind me. I'm just here to accelerate inflation, QE and bond purchases forever. Well, thank you very much, Chris Brymer. Glow in the Dark says, 45-cent fries and 60 cents corn dog equals $8.47 in today's money, which isn't bad and is probably better quality than what they serve today. He also says, Coca-Cola works great on my stomach problems. It breaks down the food or whatever in there. It can eat through iron nails. He
Well,
also
I mean,
says,
yeah, okay. Any acid can yeah, but yes, the phosphoric acid in Coke will eat through a steel nail. But so can your stomach acid. So
that somebody in the chat mentioning a stream on classic Disney. I mean, this is one of my, I wouldn't say specialist topics, but I do have a particular interest in the original Disney run, especially the
yes,
very, very early films. They are masterpieces. I mean,
yeah,
Pinocchio in particular, but all
yeah,
of them are, I would say, pretty much up until Jungle Book, and then you can start asking questions.
yeah. There's certainly questions. I mean, the last one I would ever even let a child go near was probably the Black Cauldron. That's
Yeah,
the last.
that's the very, very bitter fag end. But
Yeah, the
I
very
would say
end.
after Walt the Man.
Oh yeah,
I mean, Sword in the Stone and that Robin Hood film are quite good as well.
right.
But yeah, and then I think it is Black Cauldron after that.
Yeah. Although I do
Rescuers
blame that
also.
Robin Hood film for creating furries, though. So.
For creating what? Sorry,
For creating
furries.
furries.
Oh, furries. Oh, I see. Sorry.
Yeah.
Glow in the Dark says, I missed lard they cooked fries in. Seed oils suck.
Oh no, seed oil.
Seed oils.
Seed oils, yeah. Peanut oil is perfectly fine, for God's sake.
Glow in the Dark. Do you know I was hungry when this stream started? It's now 7:30. I still need to figure out where I'm going to have my burger. You know. Glow in the Dark says, I miss the charm of small restaurants. That is why I go to non-franchise stores. We have a restaurant that is just a house, and it is a remodel kitchen. Stone Flexin Wrench 777 says, my town has 2 burger places like this still running. Glow in the Dark says, the stores seem to reflect the attitude of the era. 50s and 60s optimism and unique designs compared to today's optimized and formulaic box store. Bourgeois Quashi has sent $5 for the Mr. Men structuralist analysis stream. Now that is an obscure one. Yeah. Of all the deepest laws, I reckon that may be the most obscure of them.
I like that one. That was good.
I mean, I did something pretty in it. Like, if you know about that stuff, I did something pretty unique and innovative in that stream. Lost to the mists of time.
Lost to the mists of time. Yeah,
which is what I do in my half thoughts. I'm giving you world class updates of Vladimir Prop, and nobody cared. Poor Film Co-op says, "What film did he use? Looks like slide film."
Yeah, it is. It's Kodachrome ASA 25 slide film, which is no longer made. You know, the worst part is Kodak, which exists in a weird phantom state. Kodak is one of those great innovative companies that is now mostly just a brand. Like, you can go to Poundland and buy Kodak alkaline batteries.
Haven't they gone into pharmaceuticals for Kodak?
Yeah. It's mostly a brand. I mean, there is still the kind of vestiges of the photographic division. They still make a few products, but for the most part, they're gone. But I think in 2019, Kodak, the remaining photographic division, teased the idea that they may bring Kodachrome back, but then they said, "Nah, we're not do it." Which is, you okay, sorry.
Is it just me, or is there a Paul Simon song?
Yeah,
named after that film.
Yeah, Kodachrome. It's
Kodachrome.
It's famous. I mean, pretty much any kind of iconic color picture that you think I've taken, starting in the 1940s, 50s certainly, were Kodachrome. It's a very, very specific look. I mean, it's very difficult to replicate it. It's the particular color qualities of Kodachrome. They're very hard to duplicate. And of course you can contrast that with Polaroid, which of course was another innovative company which went tits up. But then a bunch of artists basically reverse engineered the process of creating Polaroid cartridges, and they make them now. In fact, I think that Polaroid, again, the vestiges of the Polaroid company, bought this company which was called the Impossible Project, the reverse engineering of Polaroid, which of course they had scrapped and dropped when they went under. But they brought it back, and now Polaroid actually makes Polaroid film again. So I live in hope that Kodak will bring back Kodachrome and a few other things. The Kodak infrared film was also great. I think they Tri-X. Yeah, so it's sad. That's a big cultural loss as far as I'm concerned. The end of film.
Port Film Co-op also says people should shoot on film more. It's very cool.
Yeah, it is, and I love it. And I shoot, develop, and process black and white, my own black and white film, and I still do it occasionally.
It's one of it's also another area that's been womanized, the photography, because it's now just women on their phones taking like endless iterations of the same shot over and over and over again.
Well, it's not even photography anymore. Yeah.
FA Tuesday says, today in America it is National Naked Rock Throwers Day, also known as Columbus Day. Glow in the Dark says, tinfoil hat on, conspiracy time. Only reason root beer had to get rid of the carcinogens was because it was more popular than Coca-Cola. Why do I say this? Many things have carcinogens that weren't banned.
Carcinogens, not Carthaginians.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Carthaginians.
Yeah, not the Carthaginians, not the Carthaginians. Yeah.
Carthago delenda. Carcinogeno delenda est. Yeah.
Glow in the Dark says, I tried old root beer. It is better than today's one.
How did you try it? I don't think no one. Maybe people were doing like moonshine root beer, like they're making it out of the real sassafras. Maybe they do. I'm now writing fan fiction where the Carthaginians waged the root beer wars and things like that. Stone Flex in Wrench 777 says, my band in high school played at Bob's Java Jevius. So there we go. We saw that Bob's, do you remember earlier on? They played there. Yeah, they've got live music and cabaret there, so amazing.
Stone Flex in Wrench also says, on a road trip we broke down in Custer, Montana. A big sign said, don't do meth. Ate steak at a deli, run out of a house, and the steak was painted plywood. Sorry, not the steak. The sign was painted plywood. Sorry, everybody. My brain is. I'm getting tired, and I'm
delirious.
I'm so yearning for my burger that I'm not reading words properly. The sign was painted plywood. Glow in the Dark says, private business is discouraged in America. Corporate stock market businesses are encouraged. Private owners care more than the masses of stockholders. Yes, and this is managerialism 101. This is what managerialism is, Glow in the Dark, unfortunately. Darth Galoon says, early Winnie the Pooh was the bomb and was my favorite show as a kid. I tried to get my little sister to watch it. Sadly, I failed. They don't make Disney cartoons of quality anymore. No, indeed, they do not. All right, D, it's been a very long stream. It's going to be a part 2 as well.
Amazing.
But anything you would like to promote before we get out of here?
No, just tune in for Unpopular Opinions tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be talking about. I don't know who's going to be on the panel except God.
Chris Gard is on. We're going to be talking about the bloody Moscow Mauler, the psycho surge. Putin's got a new general, and he's just decided, right, that's it. We're just going to bomb the shit out of Kiev now. So, that's it. We're going to have to talk about that, and then we're probably going to have to talk about Kanye West again. I'm afraid.
Oh no,
because he is, he asked questions and then he got answers. Let's just say that.
Yeah, he did. Well, I did promise to name them tomorrow, so we'll see if that goes through.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, I mean, who invented cancel culture? That's my question. Anyway, please join the channel, join the Substack, send us. You can send thanks now. There's something else you can do on YouTube now. You can just send like a late super chat, super thanks, on like videos and things. So, yeah, buy a course, buy foundations of writing, so you too can learn how to read like I can. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Feed your dog, Mr. D. If he's still with us.
No, he's been
He's
murdered.
He's been pining.
Oh, he's murdered.
All right. Thanks a lot, D. See you soon.
Okay, I think we're still live, aren't we?
Maybe you shouldn't be living here.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
What goes on in this town is none of your business.
As long as I'm living here, it is.
Then maybe you shouldn't be living here!